Hello everyone, it's Tuesday, so that means we're streaming. I'm Oni Black Mage, and today we're continuing our adventure with Shadow of the Tomb Raider. So let's get started. Something occurred to me when I was finishing up last time, and that was that I didn't go back and check the very first area. I told myself that I would, saying that, hey, because there were some many things after the plane went down that you couldn't access until you had some of the beginning gear, and then we got some of the beginning gear, but we didn't go back to check the original campsite. So let's go take a look-see. Just do a quick lap, see what we can explore, see what we can raid. We should not leave any treasure behind after all. Okay. Let's fast travel. Oh, that's right. So they brought back this. We can double check our region completion to see if we missed any crypts, which we missed 2 crypts so far. But we got the one hidden tomb. There's also another side quest we should be doing as well. Ah, 2 crypts, huh? We must be missing some of the equipment, then, if that's the case. Or we'll need to get the map upgrade that lets us have stuff. Over here, we are missing a tomb. And we're missing 2 crypts as well. Huh. I guess we should explore some of this middle and central part. So let's go back to the plane. And let's start working our way counterclockwise. See what we get. We need to be crafting stuff for our costumes anyway. Since apparently when you buy it, you're only buying a blueprint. Go figure. I also feel that every time we hit a shop, we should try selling off 5 to 10 of the most common things that we come across. Because if we could just, we're finding cloth and wood all the time. We really should just be selling some of it, because 200 here, 200 there, it really adds up. Alright, so going counterclockwise. I do remember there were definitely some parts that we were not able to get to before. Hopefully it's not a bad idea. Okay, good. Yeah, see, it's like stuff like that, like kelp. We could be selling the kelp that we have. I keep saying kelp. It may not be kelp. But the plants, for example. The moment they reach a bush, any wildlife just immediately disappears.
I don't have enough space for that.
Alright, so we're going to start looking around counterclockwise to see if we can locate where another tomb may be. Now that we have some stuff. So we see the crypt, and we clearly haven't done it. So we haven't done a crypt even though we found it. Is that the same thing here? I wonder if it tells us... Oh, we missed a chest. I wonder if it tells us if we're able to... Yeah, there's the other one. So we see both crypts, but we haven't done either of them. When we do one, we'll have to pay attention to whether or not it grays it out, because it may gray it out, which would be very handy. But according to this, it looks like it may be below us. Oh no, it was just right here.
No one's been through here in years. All full up. Can't carry any more.
I'm surprised that, given how dark it is, that Lara does not just immediately pull out a glow stick or a torch or anything like that. I also like how finding more artifacts increase your linguistics. That is more of an incentive to seek those out.
I think this is the way out. I don't have enough space for that. And here I thought this would be simple. Oh shit! All full up. Can't
Man,
carry
investing
anymore.
in the sea deadly dungeon traps is being surprisingly useful right now.
I should be able to reach the sarcophagus now. Shit, I'll have to keep climbing.
how's it going, Animaster? It's good to see you can still get your blood pumping from having some challenges getting done, is that right?
Impossible. I can't carry anymore.
I guess if a week goes by and you haven't done something death-defying, it's been a pretty dull week, hasn't it? This is not a new costume for us. It just looks cleaner because we're not covered in mud. But this is the one that I equipped last time because it gives us, I think... Actually, how do I check my gear? I don't think you can check your gear outside of a... outside a fireplace. But yeah, this one I remember you get more crafting of special ammo. And you get more XP for stealth kills. So I'm like, I stealth kill a lot. It's my preferred method of disposal. So yeah, let me equip this. We also unlocked a couple other outfits as well, including one we just got from this crypt. So it looks like crypts give us more either moves or outfits. And we've gone back to the first area because I remembered, oh wait, we never went back to the first area once we got like our bow and our pickaxes back to see what else we could explore. And so here we are. We're just doing a quick little wrap around the area. You know, picking up some pelts while we go. Checking to see if we missed any collectibles like this. And yeah, just doing a quick little cleanup run. Not being thorough, just making sure we hit all the tombs and the crypts, the big things. Alright, so voice balancing, I'm a little low. Okay. Alright, testing, 1, 2, 3. How does that sound? Too loud, balance is alright. I guess when we enter combat and bullets start firing off, we can recheck the audio. It looks like, I mean, remember, we did one crypt last time, and it gave us a permanent increase to our boost. One we did, it increased climb speed, the other one reduced fire damage. So doing the crypts do give you permanent buffs, so they're always worth doing. The crypts look like they're doing what the crypts did last time, which they're giving you either guns or outfits. Either of which are good. So do all the crypts, do all the tombs. We should also check out the chests, because I don't recall, but I wonder if the chests are like last time, where you get parts for gun upgrades from chests. We have gotten gun upgrades from chests, so they're still worth seeking out. And the fact that there's only 1 or 2 in an area means that they're all the more precious for it. So, fortunately, we know where the chest is over there. We just didn't have a pickaxe at the time, so we couldn't open it. But we do now, and it's right next to the crypt we need to visit too. And we've already done the tomb in this area. No, we're still missing 1 tomb. We've only done 1 tomb out of the 2 that are available. Okay, it grays it out when you do it. So this is the other one. The other one might be on this side of the map, which is where we're going anyway. I remember we got a move in the last game where if you fall, you can just kind of like roll to avoid damage, and I never used that. I don't think I even did it properly. I just, if I fell and I died, I died. If I fell and I got a little injured, walked it off. Given how dense the jungle is, investing in the ability that gives us the ability to see animals through foliage is, I would say, a good investment. Oh, we can't jump up there? Can we jump up there? Oh. Alright, so never mind. We can't go up here. We have to exit and circle back around. Lara drops 50 feet. Don't worry about it. Just get up. Rub some dirt in it. Walk it off. She'd be an ace at Little League Baseball. Okay, so we have to go a particular way because we can't just apparently just go the way we want to go, can we? Actually, I wonder. Okay. See? Never mind. We fall and the game doesn't like it, it kills us. No problem. Now we know we can't jump there. We need the ability to pick up poison frogs and make poison arrows. If poison arrows are as OP as they were in the first game, or the second game, worthwhile investment as well. Alright, so we're gonna have to loop back around this way after all. Because that was a one-way road, apparently. Yeah. It was worth coming this way. New secrets. There was a survivor's cache somewhere here. There it is. I like how now it rumbles when you're next to a survival cache. Oh, we got a rare... Oh, we got a panther pelt out of that, which is good. And are you a treasure? Yes, you are. Jack's Journal 5. Okay. We got some journals to find. Alright, I don't think we can go through the center river part anywhere. Because we tried swimming there and it's blocked off. You know what? I hear you on the gym part. Because trying to work out and exercise at home, I'm admittedly not super motivated, self-motivated enough for it. Working out at home sucks. To me, if I'm in an environment where I'm like, well, I'm at the gym, I better be working out. I don't want to be a slacker compared to all those other people I see working out. I don't know, it was an inspiration. It's better when you have a friend, because then you can motivate each other. But trying to self-motivate is, for me, a challenge. I'm going back the way I came. How do I go back up here? I'll be seeing new people anyway. Because I'll be going to a different state entirely. And you know what? Making new friends is not necessarily something I feel bad about. Alright, so let's check out the new outfit we just got. I'm curious. We got a lot of bows, by the way. Alright, does this tell us which one we just recently got? Usually it highlights it with an exclamation point. Or maybe it's a piece set? Oh, it is a piece set. Yeah, here it is. No, that's not right. Oh, here it is. So the Evening Star's cape. So that's what we got. Well, we can start crafting it right now. Gives perception increase. I still like bonus XP kills. Although, the other one we had, the first one, which was get more harvest parts, that part is undoubtedly useful. Getting more harvest parts is always useful, but we always seem to be drowning in harvest parts right now anyway. I'm actually kind of surprised. We're always filling up out of parts. Yeah, we got a lot of bows, and we got a lot of handguns. We even have a silenced pistol. I like how a lot of stuff you get bonus stuff based on probably playing previous Tomb Raider games, which I like. That sort of stuff is super cool. Oh wait, I got a rumble. Where's that rumble? Oops. Botch that jump. I picked this bow because it has the most amount of stats to it. And I'd rather just start off with that. There it is. I felt it right here. I felt a rumble like right here. But I don't see anything for treasure. No prompts. Interesting. There we go. The gun I also went for just pure damage. Even though we have a silenced weapon, I'm going for pure damage mostly because if it gets loud, I'd rather have something accurate and fast.
I don't have enough space for that.
If I want something silent, I have the bow for that anyway. Alright, so we need to go here. Yeah, so we never explored anywhere around here. We just kind of kept going up this way. So we need to go this way. It's probably this path right here is how we get there. Yeah, because we've crossed this bridge. Actually, we could fast travel to where we need to go. Let's go to the next spot over. Jaguarden. Over in my state, they are lifting the quarantine on businesses this Friday. I'll be very curious to see how traffic returns to quote-unquote normal, since we're talking about going back to normal. I imagine the damage on many of them financially, we're probably going to see a lot of closures. Because I imagine that with the amount of people either asking for extra time to pay off loans, that staggers the money and economy flow. The amount of people I'm sure who went to banks asking for a loan probably got turned away. Because repayment is very tight. People think banks have infinite money. No. They absolutely do not. And bigger banks do have more money to lend out because they're taking the money you deposited with them and loaning it to someone else. That's why you earn interest on things. But that being said... Man, how do we get over there? Maybe we need to cross around this way. That's why credit unions usually offer better deals and rates, is because they don't have as much of a lending cap. It's smaller.
All full up. Can't carry anymore.
There must be something deadly here, because Lara's immediately in her crouch position. And she never does that when there's something deadly that can kill her running around. I wonder if there's another jaguar. Man, we didn't go up this way either. Okay, we're on this side now. There should be a survivor cache right in front of us. Right there. But the fallout has to happen. I hear pigs. I don't see pigs. Oh, that's a tapir. Missed that. But yeah, I posted that maned fox over there, or the maned wolf, because I'm like, what the heck are these things that keep killing me? It's the maned wolf. They only look like foxes. And they act like wolves, but they are in fact neither. They are a wonderful breed of dogs that will murder you in South America. So, I literally was serious when I was like, I want to find out more about this weird thing.
All full up. Can't carry anymore.
Right, this is where we got our bow. Yeah, we definitely didn't explore too much because we couldn't. Damn. Here we go. Oops. Big spot. Camels contain fat? Interesting. I did not know that. Alright. Where we need to go is over there. And there's our rope. But we need to find a spot to get there, though. Which is not here. Jack's journal number 6. Alright, so we need to find a cliffside spot to bust up that rope.
Can't carry anymore.
Like, literally right there is where we need to go. Oh, there it is. You hear... What is that beeping noise? Oh, that's right. This is where we found our gear and our equipment. The little tracker. Okay.
All full up. Can't carry any more.
Oh, we've been here because this is where... Wait. We've been here before because this is where we saw the dude get murdered by the jaguar. Oh well, I guess it bears exploring again. Since we were getting hunted by a jaguar before. It was mostly a cutscene chase. Hope this isn't a one-way trip. And then I gotta make my way all the way back. That's right, there are a ton of monkeys here. I wonder if I shoot one. Disappointed I can't get all those monkeys that I just murdered. Just casually shooting monkeys. Oh. Man, all these monkeys falling in areas I can't go carve their pelts from. Hey Marina, how are you? Always nice to see you. RE3, will I be streaming it? I will stream it first once I get it. Now that the stores around me are opening, I may actually just go out and get a copy, or maybe my copy will actually come in, because business has resumed in Georgia. So maybe that means that my copy in a warehouse will finally be on its way, and I'll finally actually get Resident Evil 3. I hope that's the case. That was a one-way trip. Alright, so now we know this is a giant waste of space. Let's go back. As you can see, we're playing the third game now, Marina. But honestly, I'm enjoying it. But yeah, we'll take our time like always. And I will eventually recap it for sure. If it's different enough that warrants it. RE2 I felt was different enough narratively to warrant it. 7 Remake has definitely proven that to be the case. Almost to a fault in some people's opinion. And, yeah, we'll see what RE3 is like. We can go down there. In fact, that might be where the treasure chest is. That was a bad call. I rope darted and then I let it go. I believe that there are people, including certain people, that are interested in 7-Up from a distance. And let's not forget that the age group that they're in, wanting to be included is, you know, a simple thing. High school age, that's understandable. I can't believe I jumped for the gap. I jumped and I hit the gap. Overshot that jump. But, as I pointed out, I have no problem with people extending their interests. But, if one is going to have a discussion, I will not tolerate poor debating standards or etiquette. And that's why I pointed out, hey, it is very much a method of instigation to begin a general question, followed immediately by a loaded question. That is instigation. Conquistador chests contain rare and ancient artifacts, and I apparently don't have lockpicking tools for this, which is what I need. Alright. We need lockpicking tools. At least this marks it on our map so we know to come back. To me, I would just encourage people to be open-minded, and if discussion is to be had, then let it be one where we are in fact here to exchange ideas. Man, I can't believe this jump. I botched it twice in a row. That's there for exchanging ideas, not to proselytize and attempt to persuade people's minds. Because, you know, you go into a game. This is the reason why I play games to the end. Because you never know, in the end, what they're going to do or what they're going to try. The end may just surprise you. What? How come she didn't grab? I threw my hooks out and she didn't grab anything. What? Okay. Take two. There we go. Alright, so we can't get the chest in this area. We still don't know where the last... Oh yeah, it's right over here. Never mind. I'm an idiot. We did find it, we just haven't done it yet. Damn it.
All full up. Can't carry anymore.
Now, the counter to that is discussion was simply meant to be had purely to confirm one's biases.
Careful. Careful.
In which case, I understand that perspective as well. But, yeah. To counter hyperbole with other hyperbole is a very immature way to debate. It kind of reminds me of the kids I love debating, but I never joined my high school debate club because I sat in on one meeting. Just one meeting. And maybe that's not fair, but I was there just to observe and to kind of assess the people that were part of debate club. And one thing I noticed is that despite being called debate club, a lot of them were awfully closed-minded in the ways they asked questions. And when I brought up counter questions that disarmed their questions, they didn't like it. And so I couldn't be part of their reindeer games. Because a lot of them would craft very faulty questions, and when I was presented with such questions, I would be like, well, the question you asked is this, right? Okay, blah, blah, blah. Well, the question that I'm surprised you didn't ask is this, because the question that you had is following this line of logic, which is neither introduced, and in fact bringing a new like idea that you're trying to further your own agenda on, which is not the entire point of this discussion we're having. They just weren't very good debaters in high school. But they thought they were because they were part of a club, I think is the problem that I had. It's like, I'm part of a debate club. I'm like, that doesn't make you good at debating. Alright, so we got the other star. We got the boot set to our first set to the Eagle one.
There must be a way out of here.
So, to me, I never joined debate club because it was too boring. Everyone there was too weak. It was a lot of egos, too, where it's like, I'm on this thing, or I'm on this honor roll, blah, blah, blah. Okay, well, so am I. I was a person who had a flawless academic record all through middle school and high school. But you didn't see me running around flaunting it because I thought that's, you know, who effing cares? They're just grades. I'm currently hating on not all debate clubs, but the debate club that was part of my high school. I'm sure there are good debate clubs out there, of sharp-minded people out there who know how to conduct a proper debate and ask interesting, thought-provoking answers, exchange ideas, or defend positions in an actual thought-provoking way. But no, most of the people that I observed in my debate club were just a bunch of inflated egos that also happened to be incredibly fragile. And they didn't like somebody like me who was a bit of a maverick, who I could argue and debate on their level, and also pop the little bubbles on their ego, and they hated that. Also, how's it going, Letty? Even though I think it's kind of a dumb thing in most video games, to have a devoted flashlight button, in this game, I think it's nice to have. It would be nice to have an automatic flashlight button. Because there are times when Lara does not put on her flashlight. I'm like, I really want a light right now. I'm not too hard on most of the high school kids, though. Even now, it's like, we're high schools. We're all young and dumb. In different ways. I was a smug bastard back then. The difference was I knew it. And I kept that card hidden. Because it takes one to know one for sure. And I love shaking the trees of other smug bastards. I love it. I was trolling before it was cool. Back in my day, you had to troll people to their face. Couldn't get away with it with some internet. And there's our tomb. Okay. Alright, so let's craft the other part of our outfit. See what we got. Yeah, see, because we have a silenced pistol, but I'd rather take just blam blam power. And we have so many bows. But I'm like, I'm just going to max out this one bow, because like its stats are ridiculously good. It sucks that the hold time isn't great, but if that's the only part that's not great, if its damage and its draw speed and rate of fire is fantastic, I'm fine. I'm fine. That just means I can't hold charge shot as often. And there are feats we can get that hold charge shot. Little kid's screaming outside. I have my window open. Hopefully I don't have my neighbor who has an incredibly squeaky car drive by. Because he has one of those where, like, you know, you turn it on and it's super squeaky. I don't know enough about mechanics to understand what it is. I'm like, is that the axle? Is that the brakes? What is up with this squealing, prolonged squeak? And I kind of wish he would figure that out for everybody else's behalf, because, my God, you know when this guy gets in and out of his car because it's just so squeaky you can hear it. Oh, good luck on your tournament. Gain additional plant and mineral crafting resources. So that's the complete outfit. It actually looks pretty nice. I like how it's just an overlay to existing Under Armour and pants. I do also like that you can mix and match boots. So if you do find... So you have the whole sets, which are the ones I like. But if I can get a mix set, I would like more crafting stuff from like pelts and bonus XP from stealth kills. We need 2 legendary pelts from this, though. Which we definitely don't have. But I would certainly like that combination. Okay. Let's check us out. Oh, idiot. Oh,
All full up. Can't carry anymore.
about to say, I'm like, I grabbed that ledge. What's going on? Got him.
Need to lift the statue somehow.
Alright, we need to throw some weights in there is what we need to do.
This might represent one of the lords of Shabalba. All full up. Can't carry anymore.
Alright, so it's giving us oil. There might be something we have to burn.
I need to lift the statue somehow.
I thought I was going to raise back up. Okay. Actually, let's take a look at our skills. Let's take a quick look-see and see what's the next thing we can be investing in. Let's see. That should probably be the next thing that we invest in, is we can craft outfits with less material. And that sounds like a good thing, especially since we're already needing rare components for some of our stuff. The problem, though, is we have a long way to get there, because we have to unlock... Well, actually, no, we can get here because we have this unlocked already. We can get it for unlocking this and then unlocking this. So we need four... We need 4 skill points. Actually, this would be useful, too, because this is hold our breath for longer. I imagine we'll probably get the rebreather, but... Swimming faster and holding breath longer for now will be useful. forgot how to swim for a second. I called some of the managers that I know from when I used to work in retail, and I asked them, hey, is it true that, you guys are going back to business on Friday?
Is this a pocket top court?
A lot of them don't know. Especially the ones that worked in the mall that I worked at. They did not know.
Need to raise that ladder somehow. Need to raise that ladder somehow. Can't do much until I get that ladder raised. All full up. Can't carry any more.
Alright, so we clearly need to bring this track all the way to this thing over here, to this side. So we need to get the ladder up. Probably need to lift it up that way. Bring that weight down, raise the ladder up. Get this up, push it that way, then lower that statue. That's the order we need to get for sure.
Lock the counterweight on the left side of the monument. I'm gonna have to raise that ladder. Must be a way to lift this ladder.
Going that way will get me killed, for sure. Or maybe not.
I'll need to find a way to raise the ladder to get the car.
I probably should have jumped over the rope, since I knew I was in the danger zone, and disarmed it from this side. Note for the future. Got lucky that time.
Find a way to lift the ladder.
Should have foreseen that. Alright, so this is clearly how we get to that part. Oh, actually, not even.
I'll need to find a way to raise the ladder to get the cart under it. Can't do much until I get that ladder raised.
I do wish Laura would quit remarking it every time that I use the vision thing. So this is clearly how we get the thing down. That's one thing. How do I get that thing down?
Must be a way to lift this ladder. I'm gonna have to raise that ladder.
There's another thing over there. Oh, you know what? I should get both sides of that. Alright, so we have that. But those are linked to both of those.
Need to find a way to lift the ladder. enough to raise that ladder. All full up. Can't carry any more. Something's wrong. How can I lock the other counterweight?
Actually, how do I get this to lift back up? Is there a trick to this thing, maybe? If I lift it up, will it come off? Yeah, okay, so there is. But then the cart goes back down. Okay. I didn't want to repeat the Minecraft or minecart thing last time, where I thought I did the puzzle wrong, but really I just didn't push the minecart out far enough.
Shit. The rope snapped. Well, that's a bit of progress. Need to tether the ladder again.
I forgot to tether the ladder again. Oops. Okay. Can I do it from down here? Yeah, I can. Cool, good. It doesn't look like I can, but it looks like I could. But yeah, I'm antsy to play Resident Evil 3, because I know that's something I can stream very quickly during the last few bits of time that I have before I have to pack everything up and just clean everything. So that way they can do an inspection. And hopefully I get back most of my initial deposit. Because, you know, they always take whatever cleaning expenses they got, and they're going to take every bit they can. But I know for a fact I haven't broken anything and done a pretty good job of maintaining everything, so I should be getting some deposit back. I take cleaning very seriously. That's something I should thank my mother for. Every single weekend, she always made sure I vacuumed the house, cleaned the bathrooms, did the laundry. Every single week for years. She had me well trained. But honestly, I appreciate it. Because now in my adult life, when I have nobody else who can bark at me except for me, I just do that stuff on my own. And so people come by and say, wow, it's always so clean. I'm like, yeah, that's what I do. Alright, let's see what kind of cool ability we get. Health regenerates more quickly. You know, I'll take that. And it automatically gives us... Does it automatically give us a skill point, or does it just give us a lot of experience for a skill point? It's probably the XP. Did I miss a thing? Get some of that gold. I noticed there's gold. Is there gonna be a secret merchant seller like there was in the second game? That only takes these unique currencies? Because we have money, but then we also have gold. Yeah, RE3 should not be very long. I already know it's the shortest RE. I have to admit, though, with all these people loving how RE7 Remake is, regardless of how you feel about it, it is still a very impressive amount of effort into what is decidedly a different product. You certainly cannot accuse FF7 Remake of being a one-to-one. You certainly cannot. It is many things. It is not a reproduction. And that being said, wait, how do I get out? It was this way, wasn't it? Yeah, it was. That being said, what I don't like, and this is part of the thing that I kind of don't want is, man, this other thing would be a great classic game. It should totally be remade. There's some remakes that get a lot of good quality of life improvements, and are visually better than the original. And there's a recent one that I could think of that I did not like the technical remake of it, and that is Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu, Let's Go Eevee. That's a remake of Pokemon Red. I am reconnected. What do you mean? My controller desynced. Hold on. Because the original is fantastic as is. Very elegant in its simplicity. And the new one, even though there's a lot of good quality of life improvements, I don't know why. The remake just feels void. Feels vapid and empty. I did not get anywhere near as much fun. I felt bored playing it. And I played the original one recently too. Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu, Let's Go Eevee is the second remake, I would say, of Pokemon Red and Blue. Because Pokemon Red and Blue was remade before. It was called Pokemon Fire Red Leaf Green. The remake of Fire Red Leaf Green, I can kind of forgive in a way. Even though I think Fire Red and Leaf Green are inferior to the original, I accept it. I have to accept it because it reestablished the canon. It rebooted the entire universe. The Pokemon timeline and universe was rebooted in that generation. So Gen 1 and 2 are its own gen kind of deal. Gen 3 through 6, I want to say. Yeah, 3 through 6, which was 6 was X and Y. 3 through 6 is its own kind of world, and then 6 reboot everything again. And so with the reboot, they re-released, a couple of the Pokemons. Like, they re-released Pokemon Red and Blue again with Let's Go Pikachu, Let's Go Eevee, which I think are inferior to the original by a large margin. But then you also have, like, say, Alpha Sapphire, Omega Ruby, which are far superior to the original. I would easily play and have more fun and enjoyment out of the remake of Gen 3 versus the remake of Gen 1. Both Gen 1 remakes, in my opinion, were inferior to the original. I absolutely played RE1 Remake. In fact, RE1 Remake was one of the reasons I was so excited to have a GameCube. Because they had that Capcom initiative where they remade RE1 and it came out first on GameCube. And then they just did an HD port. They didn't do anything special with it because it came out, RE4 came out originally on GameCube and then later on PS2. And then, of course, on everything else. Literally everything else is RE4 now. But they ported all the Resident Evils. So you got 2, 3, Code Veronica, 0. You got it all on the GameCube. And that stunning high-definition SD AV connections we had back in the day. Yeah. Where things are not quite as fuzzy. But HDMI wasn't invented yet. So I loved it. I got all of those things when it first came out. Because I did not have a PS1. I did have a PS2, but I did not have a PS1. I do not have RE 1, 2, 3, Code Veronica. I don't have almost... Actually, I have none of the PS1 Resident Evils on PlayStation. I have none of them. I have all of them on Nintendo. Which is fine, because they were the better versions on there anyway. Because all they did was they literally just ported it, sharpened up the graphics and the loading times. That's all they did. It was a nice, clean port job. And that's all you needed to do back then. RE1 Remake was the only one that was a remake. And after RE1 Remake, that's when everybody assumed, oh, they're going to be doing all of them, right? They're going to remake RE2. And so the RE2 remakes have been existing since the early 2000s. Completely unfounded, of course. Don't open that door. Yeah, they redid that. They even changed the Jill sandwich line, which was something that irritated me a little bit, but I get it. I get it. Where instead of saying you were almost a Jill sandwich, he says, any longer you would have fit into a sandwich, is what he says. I'm like, they could have kept that line. But almost every other line they kept. They kept it's really powerful, especially against living things. Or forest, oh my god. But like the Jill or the Master of Unlocking, of course, they kept that. But the Jill sandwich line they changed. I'm like, out of all of the lines, you changed such a classic, iconic line. I still forgive it because RE Remake is 100% what a good remake is. It is very close to what a lot of people want some of the remakes to be, which is a 1-to-1 remake, except it was repainted completely. Everything looks amazing. Still looks amazing. To this day. If you ever look at it, like the pre-rendered cuts or the pre-rendered backgrounds, because they used independent lighting and shading back then, still hold up. They added new enemy types. So even if you were familiar with the old threats, it didn't matter. They added new challenge modes, like invisible enemies. Actually, I think that was in the original too. Then they added the new extra side quests and optional bosses, side areas that also added to the lore. So it was a much more enhanced port / remake. And because it also retroactively retconned some stuff, it fit better in the established storyline from that point on. So that way when they made RE4 at the same time and RE0, everything fit. So to me, RE1 Remake is one of the few examples where a remake is 100% okay to replace the original. I would say 99% okay because that 1% is Jill Sandwich. But everything else in that remake is fantastic. Oh, you beat RE1 Remake for the first time? Congratulations, by the way. Crimson Heads, man. Crimson Heads changed the game. RE1 still holds up in terms of survival horror. It absolutely does. It is absolutely earned its moniker of a classic. Because it is just as good now as it was back then. It's funny, when they ported to the 3DS and introduced a couple new modes, no, it was the DS. The DS port is not good. It is not a good port to the DS. Not because the controls are jank and everything looks fuzzy and worse, because it does. But they tried to introduce like a first-person mode, and it was terrible. For RE1, it was terrible. Alright, so we have both tombs. We cannot get the chest yet because we need lockpicks. And we have most everything done, so we can leave here now. We can leave this area and go back here. And over here, there is... We did the one tomb, but there's a crypt that we're missing, and there's 2 chests that we need. So we should go back here. I'm surprised there's not a fast travel spot here in the enemy camp. Of course, we're not done with this area, so we might just come across the other chest and the other crypt soon. But I want to go over there. Oh, actually, you know what? The treasure chest? Treasure chests probably need lockpicks. So we'll probably wait until we get the lockpicks to go check that treasure chest. So we'll just go continue the main quest now. We got some gear, we got some guns, we got some skills. When I get a little bit more scratch, finding really good copies of the classic PS1 versions of RE would certainly be on my to-buy list. Actually, I think I have RE1 on PS1. I think I take that back. I think I found a good deal for it one time and got it, but I know I don't have the other ones. I know I don't have RE2. I have RE2 on the... I have the RE2 not remake, but the port on the N64. I have that one. That one is crazy. First of all, the randomizer mode on there is crazy, but also the load times are just, I don't know, better, even though the graphics are worse. And I remember the space restrictions on RE2. That game almost didn't get made on N64. It almost did not receive a port. And they started making RE0 with their deal with Nintendo. For a long time, RE0 was a Nintendo exclusive. And RE0 is a good game. RE0 is a game that I would like to be remade for no other purpose than to add more quality of life improvements and introduce co-op. Because it had the zapping system. And I feel that's a game that you could either bring it zapping back, or if you're single player, or you could just do co-op. None of my friends have played RE3 Remake that I know of. Grim watched a Let's Player play the entirety of it. Because I've made Grim play all the co-op REs with me. He's a good sport about it. So I think he's slightly invested in RE, but not as much as I am. And he personally didn't like the remake. He said I wouldn't like it. Which is bold. Because there are many things that... he knows my taste better than some, but I think that's an extreme statement to make. I'm still optimistic, and I'm still positive, and I'm still excited for it. And like I told him before, trust me, if I don't like something, you know I'm going to be vocal about it. Especially if it's something I care about. You know I'm going to be vocal about it. If they effed it up in a way that I just don't like, yeah. And hi, how's it going, Dark? Welcome in. Welcome in. Alright, so there's another side quest that could be done, apparently. According to the map, there's a second side quest that's available. I don't see it marked on our map, though, so we're just going to ignore it because the side quests were giant green marks, like you could not miss it, so we're just going to ignore it. There's still more to this area to explore, so it might just pop up naturally.
Jonah?
He's probably making out with that other girl. If Jonah gets the girl, I'd be happy for him. He gets a lot of crap. He's gone 3 games, almost dying.
Hey.
Dude can afford a break.
Have you been down there?
We were waiting for you. What do you think we'll find?
The mural showed a series of trials.
Yeah, when it comes to RE3, I'm not going to watch somebody else's Let's Play until I play it. Even then, I may not still watch somebody else's Let's Play, because why would I? I already played it. And I'm not going to watch a speedrunner do it. That's why when you post that link, I'm like, I'm not going to watch it, because obviously that person's played that game to death, and they know everything, but that's not the way that I'm going to play it. You know, I'm going to slow down, observe everything, find all the things, take my time, read all the documents, soak it in. I'm sure Carcinogen and all the rest of them did that their first time round, and the rest of it was all business. But for me, I'm not going to spoil my first playthrough enjoyment that way. When I'm done, sure, I'll watch a speedrun. Watching RE speedruns are always fun because they can all be done super fast. And they're meant to be. They're meant to be replayable. What do people get about that? Yeah, Carcinogen I respect for having no commentary runs, because if it wasn't for you guys hanging out with me right now, this would basically be a no commentary playthrough. I would just play in absolute silence, which I feel is how most people play. I don't know. I think there are definitely animated people out there who talk or shout at the game while they're playing it. Maybe it depends on the game. Alright, are there piranhas down here? Because there were piranhas last time. I would never do this in real life. Good lord. Man, I'm running out of air. Even after I got the better air upgrade. I internalize everything. Eel. I wish I could just stab things. Like, we have a knife. Can we not stealth kill that thing? Come on. Shit. Kill it. Stab it. I don't know if the eel would still be up after just almost sawing its head off. Alright, I'm hoping there's air here. And I'm hoping I should not have gone back. Alright, there's air. Let's go.
Jonah, I've come out in some sort of cavern. There are signs that people have been here. Jonah?
Oops. Actually, let's check down here. Lara's a professional. Alright, so we got a giant tarantula on the wall.
Jonah, if you can hear me, I think I'm still on the path at the spider trial. I'm gonna get to the top.
The spider trial.
All full up. Can't carry any more.
Alright, well, you go back here. Where do you go?
All full up. Can't carry any more.
So, here's the thing, Marina, you may have noticed, is that in RE1 Remake, one of the things they did do is they gave people the option to either have classic tank controls, which is how the original one was played, which is what you most likely encountered, and that is the most common thing that people do not like about the original, is in fact the tank controls. While it wasn't so bad back in the day because a lot of games had that with pre-rendered backgrounds, you had set controls. It was done that way because it had predetermined camera angles. You had to have it that way. Remake, what it did is that it modernized it. You could also have free stick movement. It was still relative to the position of the camera you were in, but you at least had the option of having free stick movement, which in some ways is also playing it a little easier because you can evade zombies and other threats in a little bit more creative directions than you could with tank movements. Tank movements, you had to turn before you could actually exit a direction, but free stick movement, you just go. You just do your thing. But it gives you the freedom to enjoy things. Alright. Hey Noel, how are you? Yeah, I feel we're gathering allies. The fact that you have a little Jill emote, Marina, makes me very envious of you. You're a person of good taste. Jill is my favorite RE character. I love her. Super cool, super badass. She also is one of those tough chicks who just doesn't take shit. That's why I love her in like her relationship with Carlos. Like, he's kind of jokey and sometimes kind of flirty. She just doesn't have any of it. She's always a badass. Alright, we need to get over here. But we're missing something. Complete the trial of Spider. But where is the trial of the Spider? Going around in circles here. It's not here. It's not here. This was just treasure. Where is the trial of the Spider? Oh, maybe I'm supposed to go this way. Oh yeah, it might help if I look this way. Okay. We're exploring. We're adventuring. Now we're in Trial of the Eagle.
Incredible. Jonah, I'm at the next trial. The Eagle. It has something to do with the wind.
I'm still tracking west. Heading downward now. There's an underground river.
I don't have enough space for that.
So now that you finished RE1 Remake, what's the next thing on your to playlist? You'll have to forgive me. The moment anybody says RE and they have a good time, I'm instantly in on that conversation. I could talk about RE all day.
What's at the end of these trials?
And in some cases, I do. Oh, did you play as Jill or did you play as Chris?
All full up. Can't carry anymore.
And did you do the Lisa Trevor fight? Sorry to pound you with so many questions. I know you're trying to lurk. But it's your fault. You like Resident Evil, and I like Resident Evil, and it's fun to talk about Resident Evil. I love hearing people's first impressions of games I like. I feel that when I give people first impressions of games they like, I'm always very highly critical of it. Like, this is what I liked, and then this is what I did not like.
After centuries of earthquakes and storms.
That's a lot of spikes. Alright, alright. Giant twisty machine. May have been a primitive windmill.
Might be a ladder if it was the right way up.
Okay, we have our objective. Alright, apparently I don't go down that deep. Fell down too much. Now that you're a vet, you definitely should play as Chris. Because you'll be taking a lot less damage anyway, so you don't have to worry about keeping too many herbs. Just kind of have one. I get the feeling if I drop down here, I'm going to die. There's gotta be a reason to have this wall here, though. What is the reason behind that wall? Probably jump on there, I think. Maybe a swing over there? Lara does not want to swing over there. Cannot swing. Okay. Let's take a look at the situation again. Alright, so we have part we can climb, rock wall over there. And that looks like you can jump on it, but I don't see it leading anywhere. We may not necessarily want to go this way. It don't mean a thing if it ain't got that swing. Do-op, 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 do-op. But there's a platform beneath us, though. Alright, we're going to try dropping down with the rope. Maybe that will be just enough to where we won't die. Okay, just enough to where we don't die. So there's a rope thing there. That was a leap of faith, or a drop of faith in this case. Alright, so we can go up there, shimmy up there. And that's got to bind to something. Oh, probably that thing over there. Yeah, that's probably what it needs. Shit. Just falls forever. Jeez. Alright, that was clearly not the way. I was wondering if you could wall run. You can, in fact, wall run. I need more of a runway. Here we go. Okay, so here's our little rope thing. Perfect.
This looks promising.
Okay. I want to see our options. Okay, so that definitely looks like a spot we should run to. Oop.
Got it.
Don't got it. Lara, you don't got it. Weren't fast enough on that. I jumped and then I saw like, that bar's coming for me. Well, what are you in the mood to play, Marina? Maybe we can recommend something.
Got it. Can't climb this one yet.
Crap.
Okay, turn the next ladder, just like the first. More
If you don't mind
saves.
my asking, what inspired you to play the first Resident Evil? Were you planning on playing the rest of the franchise, or just curious about that one installment? Alright, this is probably more the same. Climb, Lara. There's a bar that's gonna come and cut you in half. Thank you. RPG, horror game. That's not good. Man, they give you just enough
was
margin.
close.
Ba-da-ba-ba, you need this. Surely I can knock this over?
Have to access the central pillar.
What did that do?
Got to be a way to open the door somehow.
I mean, I can see there's a gear right there with a rope on it, but... Alright, so you can't hit the rope from there. We have this rope that goes somewhere. Why is it blue? I've never seen a blue object before. What does blue denote? It's always either orange or nothing. What the heck is blue?
Handle around here somewhere.
That is so weird. Ah, I see. So you finished RE3 Remake and it wasn't enough. Interesting, interesting, interesting. When I play / stream RE3, hopefully you'll have the ability to attend. Because at the very end I always, show final thoughts. And I'm more critical for the game series that I like. Most people are nicer to the series that they favor, and sure, to an extent that's true of me as well, but I also really enjoy criticizing the game series that I love, and I criticize them because I love them. I criticize them because I know I could get better. I enjoy what I have, but I know it could always be better, and I'm like, this was good, here's what I would have done better. Also, very devious what the people who do League of Legends, Riot Games, and what they're doing for Valorant now, where they specifically limit the amount of codes for people who can play Valorant. So unless you were one of the super cool people that got invited first, I don't want to play Valorant. Keep that in mind. I don't want to play a CS:GO, Overwatch mix-up, even though it looks super good. I'm sure it's going to be tight and competitive and whatever. I'm not interested in that. I was never super interested in Counter-Strike, and I played Overwatch because I had fun with the characters, but that never really got in after that. But I think it's very, very interesting of them to have it where they make you log in X much time on prize-only stream. So you have to watch other people stream this specific game in order to have a chance of getting into the game yourself. I'm like, that is so devious. Smart, but devious. Because I'm like, man, really? That's a smart way of getting people to play the game for you, or to get like those watch numbers up, and when you have more people watching, it allows more people to also, hey, hold on, there's something down there. Oh, it's just the wheel itself. It allows people to also get in more traffic, and it's very smart, very devious, but very smart. Let me just shoot this thing. Oh, I was supposed to just shoot that thing all along. I didn't think that was a lever. I really didn't think that was a lever. I'm so stupid. I'm overthinking things again.
The lever is too worn to hold the door.
That is a tight window. Everything about this is a tight window.
Work.
I get it, we gotta hold them in place right here. Aha.
Yes, that'll hold.
Now we're thinking with portals. That was one of my favorite marketing lines, still is. Now you're thinking with portals.
Good.
Such a marketing line, but still, I don't know, for me holds weight. I can't even do my real Ultimate Gamers mockery of Valorant because butchered that prompt. Good lord. I completely pressed the wrong button on that. She won't throw her little thing up there. Well, that's a good way to get cut in half. Yeah, it's basically Counter-Strike meets Overwatch. It's literally what it is. And that's not a bad thing. But just calling it as I see it. Letty, what was the tournament you were fighting in? Or competing in? Maybe fighting in. Oh, yeah, I am supposed to climb the machinery there. Alright, so we're gonna have just enough time to run towards this thing. You know what's one thing I forgot to do, but maybe it's a bit facetious to do it, is where would I place Final Fantasy VII Remake in my overall tier list? Because I gave it a final sort of grade in terms of how I grade games, but where would I place it on my tier list of Final Fantasies? And the way I do it is kind of like a kill your baby scenario, where, alright, you have a choice of either playing this game or this game. Which would you rather do? And so, Dude, Gunfight is my favorite COD mode right now. To me, I love it. They're quick, they're fast, they're balanced. A little bit of skill, a little bit of luck. Nothing gets the blood pumping. Gunfight is... I love it. And then Ground Wars is honestly a better Battlefield mode than Battlefield. Yeah, all my friends that play COD, which aren't too many, are either too good and I'm not good enough to run with them, or they're too terrible and I don't want to run with them. I'm like, can't I have somebody who's just comfortably average? Or in my case, I just play for fun, I don't play for glory, which some people don't particularly care for. Oh, it's gonna be one of those. Alright, I see you. Okay.
Jonah, I'm past the Eagle Trial. I must be closing in on the Hidden City.
I love it when the round is just pistols only. For some odd reason, that to me feels like a real duel. I love that. Shotguns are, you know, ironically the least fun way I like enjoying gunfight. But pistols to me are the most fun. If it was just pistols and different type of pistols every round, I would be happy with it. Because if you turn the corner wrong, shotgun, that's just it, you're dead. Doesn't even matter. Yeah, like, Battlefield itself still has a better grasp of the Battlefield concept, and the different roles are fine, except it depends on which Battlefield we're talking about, because the newer ones, roles like Medic don't play a role whatsoever, because everybody can heal. So it's like, what's the point of being a Medic, just because they can do it faster? I always love being an Engineer. Engineer was always my preferred class in any Battlefield. I like being the guy who can repair the things. That's what I do. Because you always need me on your team. You need a guy who can repair the things. And I'm your guy. I'll hit it with my wrench. But then they started doing really bad class-exclusive guns in the recent ones, and I just thought they were terrible. Because the gun selection was terrible. It also doesn't make sense. I'm like, oh, well, as a medic, I can only use these guns. No, you should be able to pick whatever the hell up you want. Battlefield 1 and Battlefield 5, I do not like their multiplayer. To me, the last decent one was 4. But to me, the best one's still Bad Company 2. Just personal preference. I don't begrudge people for what they enjoy, what their version is. You love your games your way. That's just my personal perspective. And what's that over there? Why is there a thing there? Is that to go back? I guess? Yeah, it's gotta be. I will say this, though. The vehicles in Battlefield 5 do feel better than the vehicles in COD, especially since they throw them out more. But, admittedly, they are just a wee bit OP.
Jonah? The view up here is amazing. The hidden city must be near.
Laura, I made it through. I'm entering a cavern.
Jonah? Damn.
But yeah, since the most recent Battlefields are pretty much garbage, Ground Wars is the closest thing we've got to a modern Battlefield. I really do wonder what DICE is working on. I wonder if they're going to be unveiling a Battlefield this year. The state of E3, of course, is still in flux.
What's at the end of these trials?
We have one skill point available.
The hidden city, but what else?
Just one more skill point. I guess we should craft stuff. We have so many things to craft, and nothing to craft. I guess I want us to be crafting upgrades, but I only like these guns that I have. This one doesn't need any upgrades. This one doesn't need any upgrades. And I've upgraded, I think, most things I could in this. Yeah, I've upgraded everything I can. All my stuff is too good for the game right now.
I don't have enough space for that.
Alright, so we can go left or we can go right. Maybe we can't go right.
Impossible. I can't carry anymore.
Wait, we just came this way. Hold on. As always, I get turned around super easily. Here's what my next emote's going to be. When I get cool enough and I get a second emote. It's going to be a wrong way sign. That you guys can flash to me when I'm going the wrong way. Which will be very frequent. Mess that up. I think I'm just going to just simply lift, actually, I guess a wrong turn sign would be the best way. Just getting a regular traffic sign. There is a wrong way sign, though. I could just get the traffic sign for wrong way. Yeah, it'd be cool if I could get, like, somebody, maybe pay him on Fiverr. Just like, can you give me a little sprite of a little black mage holding a wrong way sign? I don't know. Might be a little too detailed for how small it is, but people get some really impressively detailed sprites done in for their emotes.
Can't stay here.
Okay. Huzzah.
That was close.
Nah, I don't know if Homer Simpson's Doe actually works in my instance. I certainly do slap myself in the face sometimes where I'm like, what the hell what am I doing? What am I doing? But the other one sings to the fact that I'm just navigationally challenged. Also, I feel you could also use it pretty uniquely in somebody else's chat. And point out when they're going the wrong way. Or make fun of them when they get lost.
All right.
Have we been in this pool before? No, but there's treasure down there. Those look like barracudas. Okay, they're too small to be barracudas. Who here remembers Legend of the Hidden Temple? On classic Nickelodeon. Or Nickelodeon Guts. To this day, aggro crag is a fun word to say. When you're a kid and you're watching that, that's like the ultimate playground set. I'm like, my god, that'd be so awesome to climb. Aggro crag. And they throw like these giant styrofoam boulders at you. That stuff was awesome. Even some of the cool stuff for Legend of the Hidden Temple. I used to memorize the puzzle solutions. I know they always hid the key in the random spots, but I used to like plot like this is the most time-efficient way to go through these rooms. I feel sometimes they dynamically screw with the kids and just deliberately lock doors and passageways, so that way anybody who has a plan, they just throw a wrench in it immediately, so I think they kind of proof them that way. But at the same time, it'd still be super cool to try. You always have to have backup plans. Why do I have my gun out for that? I don't really for that. So yeah. Also, just like even thinking about it, What was the name of the giant head that talked in Legend of Hidden Temple? What was his name? Gosh. It would have surprised me if they tried to reboot that as an athletics show. Olmec. Yeah, there we go. Olmec. I always remember there was one team that just never won. And I can't remember which one it was. It wasn't Blue Barracudas. I remember they were fine. You've seen, like, Red Monkeys I know sometimes won. It was like the... I don't know if it was like the orange or like the purple team. One of those teams, like, never won. Ever. It was like cursed. Was it like the Purple Jaguars or something like that? One of my favorite things was at the area end of the show, whichever team was up for it, Olmec would talk about, here's the path we already laid out for you. Here's where you have to path. Where it's like you have to go through the stone doors up to the temple of the hidden monkey. Orange iguanas?
I can help you.
Purple parrots, silver. Was it? Are you sure? Silver snakes? I don't remember silver snakes.
I know it hurts.
Red jaguars, blue barracuda, I remember. Green monkeys sound right. Orange iguanas, I guess. I don't remember silver snakes at all. They must have changed it because there was only like 4 teams, I think. Unless they cycled through the colors. There was certainly a purple team. I guess it was purple parrots? But man, I legit don't remember the silver snakes.
Thank you.
Man, I love these Incan natives that speak perfect English. It's like Star Trek. Alright, so these ancient Incans have Trinity marks, but they're warring with the other local tribe. Watch, I could be like a prince or something like that.
Who are you? What's your purpose here? I'm a...
You have the most non-Portuguese / South American accent out there.
They'll be back. We must find safety. Bring her.
This man's like, I happen to have a potato sack just for this cause.
You're not only my son, you're my heir.
I knew he was a prince. That's how this stuff always comes across.
You know, this woman have found us.
Whenever you find like a young kid and he has a weird headdress, it's usually a prince. Man.
I'm glad you're safe.
Hopefully she's more interesting than, gosh, what was the name of the daughter of the other group that we were helping, the rebels / guardians in the second game? It wasn't Hilda. It was something else.
If you're not with the cult, how did you find this place?
I followed a map from a temple.
Let me know if the balance is still good. We haven't had combat, so I don't know if it's still too loud or too soft. Or if I'm too loud or too soft.
The cult. Why did they attack your son? I recognize their insignia. I know them as Trinity. I'm trying to stop them.
Stop them from doing what?
From the apocalypse. That I technically started, but it was also their fault.
Box connected to a moon goddess.
Why do you want it? To steal it? Sell it?
No. I just can't let Trinity, the cult, get to it first. They're too dangerous.
Why? What have they done to you?
They killed my father. Can I show you something? Do you know what this is?
by Titi.
Speaking of Zelda, one of the things that I really, really, really hope is that the rumor of the Super Mario like re-release collection for the virtual market is true for the Switch for Mario's 35th birthday this year.
And you think your
Because that's what I always want. I love the anthology collections. If they're going to do something like an All-Stars 2 and have Super Mario 64, Mario Sunshine, Galaxy 1, Galaxy 2, basically all the 3D Marios, that is perfect. Perfect. That is all I want. Thank you. Please release that anthology collection. And there's Grim.
Bring him in.
Jonah,
Are you okay?
Do you
Because, like what most people say, I would love it if next year, during Zelda's 35th anniversary,
know who else is looking for you?
we also get an anthology collection of, say, like Wind Waker and Twilight Princess, which people were rumoring were going to be released earlier or end of last year for the Switch. There were heavy rumors for that, but I can't help but wonder if that's just a preparation for maybe a port. Because I've been one of those people that's like, please, just let me buy all my Zelda games again. I'm okay with giving you money for additional ports.
I'll be back as soon as I can.
I'm okay with it. You know, I can play Wind Waker HD on my modern day TV. You know, that'd be super cool.
Quiet.
I can play Super Mario Sunshine for the first time in HD.
This is incredible.
I don't know if I would care about 3D World though, because 3D World wasn't my favorite. I like 3D Land more than 3D World. But the reason why I bring up Zelda is because one of the I don't want to say rumors, but funny pitch somebody said is like, hey, what if you can play as Zelda in the new one? Sure. A lot of people bring that up. A lot of people say, what if Zelda and Link fuse and you play as Linkle? I'm like, that would be super cool. First of all, fusion is usually pretty cool. I don't want to say always cool, but it's usually cool. So you get fusion, and then also canonize Linkle. And also, I'm wearing their dress now. The
Don't
blue heron
know your
tunic.
name.
I apologize. As the
Enables interaction with the rebels. So they will not talk to me till I wear their clothes. That's kind of funny. Shh, they think I'm one of them.
Look around, Itzley. You still owe me a scouting report.
I wonder if I wear one of my other tribal suits, if they will let me, if they will talk to me. Because out of all the Zelda side games, pretty much all of them are garbage, except Hyrule Warriors. Hyrule Warriors is awesome. It is one of the best examples of a good Musou game, slash, you know, Dynasty Warrior style. It is great interpretation of characters, levels, and music.
Can't carry anymore.
So much content in that game, it's staggering. An introduction of easily my favorite, albeit non-canon character, which is Linkle. Man, I would love Linkle to be canon. A dual-wielding crossbows, like a demon hunter, would be super cool. Has a watch with time-altering effects. Can also speak to animals. Like, come on. It's awesome. And she really does look like a fusion of Link and Zelda. Which is kind of funny the more I think about it. I wonder if they would be really, really mad if I can't shoot and kill their... I think this is an alpaca and not a llama. It looks like you can pet the alpaca. Alpaca. Because I think llamas have longer necks, right? I need to look up alpacas, just like I looked up maned wolves.
I don't have enough space for that.
You need a reinforced knife. Okay.
Mama says it upsets the waterfall's waka if I play in the cave.
Oh, you
She
want...
just thinks it's too dangerous, even though there's all kinds of neat stuff in there.
Really? I like neat stuff. And I do like checking out waterfalls, too. Well, remember, the girl in Wind Waker who was dirt poor, if I'm not mistaken, that's a side quest. Because I think her father was rich, and then you can, I think, get him either arrested or steal their money and then become poor. Because she's also one of the girls that gets kidnapped. But she can either be rich or poor. I think you influence that in the story. It's been a long time since I played Wind Waker. If they put it out for the Switch, I would totally play it again. That is a game that is worth another playthrough. And the enhanced HD port, they did such a good job of making the UI better. They added a second sail option so you can just sail faster in literally half the time. They added more fast travel spots that were more convenient. They reduced the Triforce map quest to be less tedious. They did so many good things. Also, this place is bigger than I thought it was. I thought we couldn't interact with that spot. I thought it was like, oh, this is one of those where you look in the distance and you see a big scenic city, but you can't actually do anything with it. Nope, you go everywhere here.
I don't have enough space for that.
There's the bridge. Oh, with it, yeah, that's right. There were 3 girls in the cage. I do forget that.
Who are you?
Careful, friend of Unuratu. The Jaguar warriors. Don't get too close to them. They are always watching for rebel activity. And they have no mercy.
Pet the alpaca. What if I get an achievement for petting all the alpacas?
What I saw. He has that.
Here's a side quest, boy.
You lost your dice, fine. But don't...
Are you okay?
No. Pisco the Dead took my dice, and no one believes me. But he took them.
A dead man took your dice. Are you sure you didn't lose them?
Ugh, you're as bad as the rest of them.
I'm sorry. You're right. I'll tell you what. I'll pay very close attention, and if I see Pisco the Dead, I'll ask for your dice back.
Really? You believe me?
It wouldn't be the first time the dead seemed to speak to me.
Factual point. We have so many pelts and nothing to craft them with. Oh, actually, I think we have to buy the pouch that lets us carry more stuff. And we do not have that. There's a survival cache around here, apparently.
The pilgrimage came to...
It's so funny. All these people that love Wind Waker now were all the people... There were so many people that were just shitting on that game when it first came out. Just because of the Space World 2000 demo. I was one of those people, I'm like, hey, Zelda's Zelda, man. It's gonna be good. And everyone's like, man, it looks like crap. Whatever, blah, 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 cel-shaded graphics. And what do you know? It's like what's people, it's like sprites versus early 3D models. Early 3D models look like garbage now, but sprite work is basically immortal. It's like, well, all that crap people were talking about having more polygons and blah, 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 arguing that power war even back then. Well, look who's laughing now. When it comes to the 2D Zeldas, though, I'm very curious which I would consider really good, because a lot of them are good for different reasons. Some of them have a really good journey, some are really good with dungeons, some have really good bosses, some are the complete package. Like, one thing I personally value a lot is dungeons. I love dungeons, good dungeons. And Zelda has one of the most satisfying dungeons in any game series, in my book. I love it. My favorite Zelda dungeons, though, are usually ones that follow theming, which kind of started in the first game, was dropped in the second and third game, and then picked up again with Link's Awakening. And then they kind of went with it for the rest of it. Because Zelda 2 and Link to the Past didn't really have themed dungeons. They had very labyrinthine dungeons that were very deadly, but they didn't have themes. You didn't need it, I guess. But to me, I prefer the dungeons that had themes tied to it. They, in my opinion, just seem stronger for it. Tied to the mysticism of it.
Humbling to be here.
We got 2 skill points, baby. Alright.
I didn't foresee any
Give me that.
of this. I was expecting an ancient place, artifacts, tombs.
Alright, what's the next thing we should be
I
focusing
just
on?
failed to imagine
Swim faster
people.
seems good.
I was so focused
100%.
on the trail of clues, I didn't even stop to wonder.
Never slip when grabbing ledges.
I didn't mean
That's a
to
quick time
interfere,
event.
but Trinity
Reduce damage when falling from heights? Maybe. That's the exact one I was talking about before, where it says tap B on impact to roll and take no damage at all. I've never gotten that right. Resist damage after healing wounds? That's probably more useful, because if you're healing in the first spot, you're probably in a tight spot, and a good defense up would help. I wish there was one that lets us stealth kill armored enemies, because you cannot stealth kill armored enemies. Actually, we need this. Increased chance of finding rare animals. Getting more rare spawns is not a bad thing. At all. Just need 2 skill points for that. You know, when I think of original Doom, I think them more of mazes. You know? Yeah, mazes are a type of dungeon, but not all dungeons are mazes. So yeah, I guess you're right. That is technically a dungeon game. It's just mazes, to be more specific. And maze-like dungeons aren't necessarily my favorite. Doom makes it fun, because it's more about the journey than the destination. Because like a proper maze, you have hidden passageways and secrets everywhere. And of course, the whole point of a maze is so whoever's trapped in the maze doesn't get out alive. And of course, it is very easy to die. So yeah, Doom has good mazes. Or at least the early ones did. Most of the new Dooms, in general, are a little bit more straightforward. They're still winding alleyways of death, but for the most part, you're not going to be walking around in circles constantly looking for the hidden secret or a missing key. Well, I take that back, you kind of do. Kind of think of it, Modern Doom really does encapsulate classic Doom design very well. It still keeps a lot of that. What's everyone here looking at? Whatever it is, I can't get in because I'm not cool enough. You must be this cool to proceed the plot. And, clearly cannot. Oh, there's a lady and her kid. Oh, I gotta go in from this side.
What is this? Cultist.
I'll tell you about a maze that I made, Dark, that I do not recommend that you do unless you want to suffer the ire of your players, and that requires clout and confidence. I made a maze where the solution for exiting was turning around at the very beginning and walking back out. Nobody figured that out. Everybody naturally felt that you have to go into the maze and then figure out a way out through there. There was a solution. No, the maze was literally that. It was an endless maze. You go inside the maze, you die. The exit was the entrance. Because you enter the maze, and it was a magic sort of portal, so if you literally just turn around and leave, you don't go in the further in, then you're cool. But that's a very dick move, just saying right now. Don't do that. Because you are essentially sentencing your players to death. Now, if your players can teleport and other stuff like that, let them get out that way. Let them burn a high-level spell.
But his real name is Amaru.
But yeah.
He was born here, but raised, lied to, by outsiders. The people believe in him.
But you don't.
My late husband, Saidi, was his brother. They had differences over the future of Paititi. When Saidi died, Amaru devoted himself to the cult.
You have seen the storm.
He has a dagger.
You are worried about worse to come. I ensure you that Paititi will persevere and thrive forever.
I know he will. If Amaru is successful, all of us who disagree will never see this paradise. The rebels will be discarded.
Not if they don't find the box.
Yes. Our best hope is to find it first. Perhaps Amaru might still be brought to see love and reason.
Death to the outsiders! Retribution will come!
Hakan! Enough!
We must strike while the snake is within
He's gonna get killed right now.
Justice will be met in good time. Do not jeopardize our rebellion for the sake of impulse.
He's gonna get killed. Yep.
Ensley, go scout ahead. We'll meet you at the edge of the mountain. Last warning. Go. Follow Ensley. Your clothing won't hide you long from these guards.
Okay, I'll find the box.
You've been warned to keep the peace.
I was just out for a pleasant stroll with my son.
Amaru is losing his patience.
It won't happen again.
Jonah, can you answer?
Yeah, me and Ucha set up camp. Everything's okay.
Dominguez is here. He's the leader of the cult of Kukulkan. That's what Unuratu's rebels are fighting.
What?
He's been here for years. Trinity controls Paititi.
Whoa.
I'm going to the Eye of the Serpent. We have to get the box before the next cataclysm hits.
Alright, well, can we do this side quest now? Yeah, we should be able to. Because we can reach that. Is there a merchant in this town? Or at least a trader?
All full up. Can't carry any more.
I had a DM in the early days of 3rd edition when tower shields were OP have a maze that we struggled tremendously with. Because he knew we didn't really have a lot of spellcasters. We actually had no spellcasters in the group. Our spellcaster was dead or didn't show up. And so he had constantly heavily armored guys who walked in groups of 4, basically do like phalanx things throughout the maze. So 2 people with tower shields would ready their actions to release their tower shields. Guys behind them would thrust forward with spears, and the guys who had their tower shields would close up again. And tower shields in 3.5 provided full cover, meaning you could not target the person on the other side, and they had a stupid high AC. There's nothing you could do. So he basically slowly killed us that way. And he was one of those DMs that's like, well, it's your own fault for not dealing with it. You knew we couldn't deal with it. You knew that. You purposely designed a hard check against us.
You can see me? At last, Pisco is seen. Are you also dead, Ishiki?
No. So you are Pisco the Dead.
I am Pisco, servant of the gods.
I'm Lara.
Lara. Nice name, Lara. You are not dead.
Neither are you.
Oh, but I am. As a child, I was to be sacrificed. I was brought to the mountain. The ritual was completed, but
But you survived.
only my body. I am dead to all my friends and family. I live by the offerings that are left for me.
I met a boy who says Pisco stole his dice.
Taki? He's the son of a very arrogant noble. He insisted we play a game. He lost. I don't have many things, but I won those dice fair and square. If you want, I'll play you for them. Do you want to play a game?
Do you want to play a
What's
game?
the game?
Talk to 5 people who have been cast out. Hear their wisdom and tell me why Taki lost, and I'll give you the dice.
I can do
That's
that.
more of a riddle than a game. No, here's the deal, though. If the enemy did hard counters, that's fine. We weren't fighting a concerted enemy that knew us. He literally designed every encounter to specifically target what he knew we didn't have the ability to overcome. So, like, say the party doesn't have any ranged weapons or ranged abilities to fight, he would just hit us with a whole bunch of enemies that would just fly constantly and bombard us with long-range attacks. And there was nothing we could do. He would always target the healer or the rogue first, so that way we had no way to heal ourselves or disarm traps. More often, and whenever we tried to run from combat, because eventually we were like, we're just going to run from combat. You know, because we are smart enough to where we realize this is a losing battle, and we're trying to run. Always, he would always have monsters or people that were just magically faster than us. Always. We could never escape. Playing with him was like putting your neck in a noose. It just got tighter every single time you played. It was insufferable. There was no sport in it. It was purely a sadistic encounter. There were no options. There was no winning. He was the type of DM who loved to see players lose. And so we just quit his campaign and started a new one. we overthrew him, basically.
They said I'm a liar and not to be...
Hello? Pisco sent me.
Ah, did he?
Did you say...
Because
you
there's
lost
such a
that
thing
line?
as throwing an encounter that's challenging for the group.
That was my mistake.
But as a DM, you more than anyone are more intimate with all of their abilities and their thresholds and their talents and abilities.
What
If you specifically design monsters and encounters that you know that you have no counter for, sure.
I told the cult about the gold and the outsiders. They cast me out for lying.
It's the type of DM who, like, if you have a magic user, for some odd reason from that point on, every single, like, person has anti-magic spheres. Everybody, constantly, all the time. I'm like, wow, I didn't realize everybody's walking around with level 8 spells. Just, or magic items. One-time use magic items. That shit costs thousands and thousands and thousands of gold. Everyone's just walking around with it. Yeah, I just have an anti-magic orb, no big deal. Whatever. And of course, once you kill them, it's soul-bound, so it dissolves out of anyone else's hand except for them. Or some shit like that. It's like, oh my god.
worthy
You were just
cause.
specifically
I sent
targeting
people to steal the
players
gold
is all you were
shipments the
doing.
outsiders deliver from time to time. They never changed the drop-off point.
Sounds like you're making a difference in a lot of people's lives. Thank you for sharing.
Oh no, I'm not
It
even
was nice
talking. I'm not even
with you.
talking about the NPC we're talking to. We're doing a side quest right now. I literally have not paid attention to a single thing that these people said. Which is bad, because I really hope I'm not getting quizzed on that. I'll pay attention to the next guy. Because part of the riddle is understanding why the kid lost. Oh no, I was talking about a bad, insufferable DM that I once had in the past, in my early days. He was a very mean-spirited DM. Yeah, see, that's a DM that was part of the group that I tried making a character for, that I wanted to just get killed and wouldn't. He was one of those DMs that had his own... He self-inserted himself as like a god NPC, and you knew he was self-inserting himself. It's like, oh, cool, it's the DM in the game. And he's an amazing level 20, does everything perfectly, has all the best stuff, but somehow, due to cutscenes, it never helps us, NPC. Amazing. This is so thrilling. Dark, let me tell you what, you come across people like that more often than you really care to know. This is climbable. Let's see where this goes. Welcome to Tuesday, team. We're playing Tomb Raider, and also I complain frequently about Dungeons & Dragons. I'm Oni Blackmage. How are you? And then all of a sudden, everybody just leaves the chat. It's like, oh boy, here comes Oni Blackmage again. Whining and bitching about old days of throwing dice in Dungeons & Dragons. He says he loves it, but all I hear from him is whining and complaining about other bad players. It's like, wow, you must not be playing the game very long, because everybody comes across a group or a game that sucks. And if you haven't, you just haven't played long enough. So yeah, all of the treasure chests that now we know of, you specifically need to have lockpicks for. Now we know. Why is this highlighted? Can I break this? Can I light this on fire? Whatever this is, I can't open it just yet. How do I find these 3 other chumps? Let's see.
I can't figure out what this means.
There should be a guy in this direction.
Hello.
Hello, Ishiki. It's rare to see outsiders in the city.
Pisco sent me to speak with you.
Ah, Pisco. I like him.
You've seen other outsiders?
Only one. He was handsome, gentle, and kind. We were in love, but our love is forbidden. Outlawed by the cult of Kulkulkan.
That's awful. I'm sorry.
I was sentenced to death, tied to the cliffs and left to die. On the third day, I welcomed death. That's when he found me, the outsider. He freed me and treated my wounds.
Who was he?
I don't know his name. It's been many years, but I still hope to see him again. I often return to the cliffs, near the condor nests, and collect their feathers. They remind me of him.
That's a remarkable story. Thank you for trusting me with it.
Thank you for listening, Ishiki.
I'm not sure. The dialect is familiar, but something's not right.
I'm not sure what that taught us about the kid. Because I could have sworn the first guy, Pisco, said, yeah, talk to these 5 and then you'll learn why the kid lost. I'm not clear.
Impossible. I can't carry anymore.
That's funny. Keep calm and carry on. That's actually a good pun. I like that. That's a good pun. I'm gonna steal that pun. That'll be the title of the next episode. Keep calm and carry on. +1 good pun.
Have you come here to escape the bustle of the city? I swear, it gets louder and more crowded every day.
Is it in this box? Is that the next thing I'm looking for? Is inside this thing? But I cannot seem to get in. It's gotta be. It's gotta be in here.
My wife is very ill, as are many others. A sickness brought by the outsiders. Someone should do something.
Have you quarantined for 2 weeks? Have you washed your hands for at least 20 seconds? There he is.
Hello. Are you an outcast?
Yes, Ishiki. Hello.
I heard you talking about a white capybara.
Carry on my wayward son.
not just
I
one.
like that.
There are many of them.
Pisco sent me to speak to all those who are cast out. You're a hunter.
I am now. I was once a farmer, but that wasn't the life for me. I felt trapped. Forced to live up to the duties and expectations brought down by my family.
I finally refused and went my own way.
And a white capybara was responsible.
No, Ishiki, a herd of them. One night they assaulted my field, trampled everything, but I did nothing to stop them. I just watched. They gave me an idea. A herd of these capybara, all white. What if I could hunt them? What if I could finally get away from the fields?
So you did it.
Best decision I ever made. My father disowned me, gave the farm to my sister, but that's fine with me. I'm a hunter now. They call me Paimo the White.
Thank you for the entertaining story, Paimo.
Thank you, Ishiki.
Still not sure what that has to do with the kid. Oh, talking to these people reveal secret locations. Oh, that's a super rare one. That's right, these aren't tapirs, they're capybaras. That's what they are. So that's a very rare one. Nice, 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 nice. Remind me where Final Fantasy 13 stands on my tier list for Final Fantasy. That's a good question. I have it written down somewhere. My tier list, by the way, I used to have an S tier. The S is like for essential. And then A was like really good. But then I did like B and C. So there were like 4 sort of tiers. But I need to re-examine the nuances of that. Because it used to be average. And then below average was just, hey, I think there's more flaws than positive parts for me. And then above that was... So like B was like average. A was, there are way more things I like about this than I do not like about this. And S is like, this is such a classic to me. This is on such a pedestal that, wow, this is one of the finest. One of the finest that if you play this, you are playing one of the essentials. That, and then, of course, you have C tier, which is, there are more faults than there are good parts. Doesn't mean there's not good parts. It's just that I feel they're more cons than pros. And I believe 13 in my book is average. It's B tier. Because I believe the art design, characters, stories, characterizations, the overall world lore, the combat system, I personally thought all those were pros. The way, of course, the narrative is told is very sloppy, and that is one of the biggest cons for it, but that's not a deal killer. Because that game still has excellent music, it's fun to play, it's engaging, it's interesting. So to me, Final Fantasy 13 is B tier. Depending, and it could just be being optimistic, I could maybe slide it down to B-. Because I played it twice. And I didn't play it too many more times than that, I feel. But I did 100% it, so I liked it enough to 100%. And that stands for something. If I like something enough to 100%, it means I'm not completely dissatisfied with it. I say that, but there are, of course, exceptions. Like, well, you 100% at Sekiro. Alright, that was a different motivation. I was not playing that to enjoy it. There, and also one thing that I personally also believe tier lists need to have is if it's a power tier list or like a relevance tier list, if it's something like that, that it needs to be bell-shaped curved. Otherwise, I feel you're losing the nuance. If everything is amazing, then nothing's amazing. You can't have I hate it when you see tier lists and there's like 20 things in A and like 5 things in B and like 1 thing in C. That's not a proper tier list. It means you like too much. You need to start having more discerning standards on what really the nuances are between each of these games. It needs to be bell curve. You need to set the average at average. You need to understand what the word average means.
Pisco sent me.
Pisco the dead? Sent you to me? Did you lose a game of Patoli?
Has anyone watched the Game Sins?
No.
I can't say I
Apollo
have.
He lost his dice. I'm trying to win them back for him.
Dardigan sounds
Pisco wanted
familiar.
me to talk to all those who've been cast out before he gives them back to me.
But if it is a video where he just bitches about shit he doesn't like in Final Fantasy 13 or 15, I'm gonna say right now, I'm not interested. People bitching about things they don't like about a game is too easy. You can say about anything. A movie, a book, a TV show. I don't like this, I don't like that. Okay. Well, are you also gonna give me the same list of what you did like? Because if it's just burying a game, that's not interesting to me. Just the opposite's true too. Because if it's just something where it's like, here's everything I love about this game, blah 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 blah. That's nice, but it's also not super interesting to talk about. It's great to share what you love with other people. You can certainly cultivate an interesting conversation of shared interest that way. But it's just as creatively limited as talking about nothing but the bad things. And I don't like the cop-out ones either, where I really like this game, but... Or I'm a really huge Final Fantasy fan, but... It's like, okay, stop qualifying your ability to just say what you like or don't like about it. And let's move on with it. And if you don't like about it, that's fine. I get the point. You don't like it. But that itself is not an interesting point.
I would do it again. Kiara's learned her lesson, and she has a good life. As for me, I serve Ishel now through my...
Cinema Sins is hit or miss with me. Because some of the stuff they point out is interesting, but I'm like, why is this worth the same? Some of the shit they talk about, or they knock a point off, or multiple points off, I'm like, this is just petty. But as they've pointed out themselves, hey, this is my show, I get to say what's petty or not. And that's fair. And that's true. But I don't necessarily subscribe to their standards. I wasn't even aware they had a Game Sins channel as well. It doesn't surprise me. But that wouldn't really interest me. That's not interesting to me. Just burying what you don't like about a game is not super interesting to me. Where it's like, this guy's shirt is red, and in the other scene, it's blue. I'm like, okay. You're right, that's a funny goof, but that doesn't... That to me is not worth a point being taken off. That's a funny little thing for if you were observant enough, but does that impact or change? That's what when I talk about recaps, that I talk about certain details, and I omit some stuff, and some people get upset at that. I'm like, it wasn't relevant. It literally did not change any major event in this entire story. If you care about it, that's fine, but I'm telling you right now, it was not remotely interesting enough to talk about. It wasn't remotely relevant enough to talk about either. At that point, you're just fishing for stuff. And whatever. You gotta make content. Well, I can speak a little more Yucatec now. Hey, cool. I can now talk about proficient Yucatecs. Alright. Before we leave, I want to kill those capybaras. Why is there a weapon thing now? Can I kill things here? If I could start shooting arrows at eels in the water now, it would be nice. I wonder if a pink dolphin will come out and kill me at some point in this game. I feel some people's definition for what counts as a sin, quote-unquote, is too broad. Like, I know one of their opening things is, it's no longer like, oh, the opening credits are too long. It's like 45 seconds of logos. It's like, yeah, it's 45 seconds of logos. So what? maybe that's funny joke the first time, but the fact they criticize it every time now means that you don't have a standard anymore, because now just for having credits, period, just for existing, you're docking a point off. I'm like, so you're telling me that you would only watch a movie that in no way, shape, or form tells you who created it at the beginning of the film. That's what you consider a good film. That's stupid. That is such a broad stroke that is irrelevant. Because at that point, you're not criticizing anything. You're saying, I don't like this guy for whatever. They will criticize so many things that are so meaningless. But that's their whole thing. That's their shtick. So, you know, that's their shtick. That's their channel. So, I used to watch a lot more of their stuff, but I really don't anymore. The ones that I do like that they point out are continuity errors between movies. That part to me is interesting because you're right. That is definitely a writing sin to have bad continuity between scenes or bad continuity between sequels or prequels. That is, I absolutely agree with that. But some of the stupid nitpicky stuff is like, this isn't really a sin. This is just a nitpick. Or I don't like the way this scene happened. Or this thing was funny to me, so I'm taking it off. I'm like, okay, well, it's your show, whatever. Where are we going with this hole? Good lord. There's a treasure down here? It really looks like there's something I could do down there, but I clearly cannot. Another thing I don't agree as a sin is this person used something that confuses me. I think that's a sin. I'm like, no, I think you're just bad at following where this plot's going.
Anything could have prepared me for the...
Like, I'm gonna sin Persona for not saying fire and using, like, their own vernacular. I'm like, well, that's just stupid then. Because at that point, that's not a sin. That's just, I don't like the way that they chose to use their system. But it's not technically invalidating anything. That's like when people argue, like, I hate that Nintendo controllers have confirm on the left instead of the bottom. I'm like, well, A, Nintendo came out before all the other consoles you play, so they technically, everyone else has changed from them, not the other way around. And B, that's just a preference thing. Just because you're too damn lazy to rework your brain to just change how a control works, oh boy. Let me tell you something real fast. That is nothing compared to people who play mouse and keyboard trying to learn dual sticks or vice versa. That just means you have a very limited gaming scope and you're holding it out on everyone else. Like, I just play controllers. I can't learn mouse or keyboard. Or I learn mouse and keyboard. I'll never use a controller. Cool. So you're limiting your scope and you're short-sighted and closed-minded. Got it. Good to know. Thank you. And you're holding that against the game and not yourself. Nice to know you're accountable. Thank you. Thank you for clearing this up ahead of time. It prevents me from having any interesting dialogue with you. We could be doing the main quest, but honestly, exploring is a lot more interesting. And why not? Exploring should be interesting in a world. I appreciate that this game lets me go off the beaten path and just kind of walk around and explore stuff. Alright, we can hunt the things here. We got wolves here. I'm sure there's a tomb or a crypt nearby. Alright, we don't have the gear for this. We're probably going to get the rope ascender then. Because this is the third rope ascender door we've encountered. Oop. Did I get it? No. Damn it, are you serious? Oh, God, I hate it when they escape like that. Alright, so that thing takes a couple hits. I've never watched Game Sins, but I'll be honest, it doesn't sound like I have an interest in it. Wait, wasn't I just here? I was just here, wasn't I? This pool looks familiar. I could have sworn we went down there before. Yeah, we went down here before, because we got the treasure from down there. Did we seriously not climb up here before? I guess not. Heart shot, baby. Oh, you can't carve it because I'm full of pelts. That sucks. I don't know why. They weren't even moving. That was me being a bad shot. I wonder if I can craft a pelt of any kind. That's gotta be a tomb. I'm positive. That's a thing we can pull down. Maybe? Nope. Ah, it's one of those things. Alright. I don't think we can do much over here in this abandoned village. We need the Ropa Center to break past this part. Let's go back and turn in the quest. Watch the quest gives us the Ropa Center. Final Fantasy 15, though, I give strong marks to. Final Fantasy 15, I'd probably have to give... I'd say it's an A. It would have been a B when it first came out, but it's definitely an A now. There are certainly some things you can complain about, but that game does so much right that in my book, it far outweighs it. It's not S tier, but it's definitely A tier. There are way more pros than cons in 15. And way more bros. '15 was a pleasure to play.
All full up. Can't carry any more.
Wait, where the heck is this guy? I know he's in a cave.
Rimac, I think.
Hello.
Hello. You're Lara, aren't you? Pisco sent you.
He did.
I'm Moreika. That was the second time I heard your name today, Lara. The cultists are talking about you. You're the one who started the cleansing. The one who found the key of Shakshel.
I am.
Oh, don't feel bad, child. The cleansing was long overdue. It must be decided. Do we continue or begin again?
That's not an easy decision.
Did you hear that, Rimac? Deciding the fate of the world is not easy. I like this one. You're right, Lara. It isn't. And if the cult of Kukulkan decides, they will enslave us all and call it protection. Won't they, Rimac? He doesn't talk much. The cult is acting out of fear.
Fear of what?
Fear of the outside. Fear of change. But the same threats that are outside are in all of us. Fear is the enemy, not
15 does a lot of stuff that a lot of people didn't like. For example, one of the things I know people don't like is people don't like stories with very tragic endings. Because, remember, the guy who directed 15 also directed Crisis Core, directed Type 0, directed, I think, Parasite Eve. And all those games end with a ton of people, if not everybody in the main cast, dying. Hey, lockpick.
No deal.
Shit. Alright. And the rope ascender. She has all the key stuff that I need. It almost looked like a cockroach. But yeah, the whole thing I love about what the director does, though, is he doesn't just kill the main party or the main characters off just to be tragic or edgy. He puts them in very hard situations because he, and I agree with him, I think it's very compelling narrative, enjoys showing character growth and character bonds and characterization in general, having that be built through struggle. And so shit doesn't always work out, you know? That's one of the things he really drives home, is that shit doesn't always work out. Things go south. It's hard sometimes. And, yeah, sometimes crap goes down in the end, and it really sucks. Oh, I like how, like, Jade Ore and Gold Ore specifically for being sold to merchants. I do like that. I like it when you collect stuff and it's like, this serves no other purpose than to be sold. Thank you. That's how we make money. That's where the money is. Alright, now we got money. Alright, lockpick.
Thank you.
Rope ascender. Alright.
Good deal.
Out of curiosity, what does this do? Hunting increases. Okay, cool. So killing animals. Well, I mean, we're going to get all the outfits anyway, so that's not essential. I don't care about getting more XP for killing animals. Ooh, an auto pistol. Not gonna lie, that sounds pretty good. I like the concept of the auto pistol. We could also get the laser sight. Or we can just kind of save our money for now. Do I have anything else that's good for... selling?
Enjoy it.
You see so many plants, we just should be selling off a portion of our plants at all times. Because, you know, 200 here, 200 there, it adds up. Even stuff like salvage, like, we're finding so much. This stuff I won't, because stuff like eagle feathers and condor feathers, that shit's rare. And we're not selling jaguar hides. Actually, why do we have 20 jaguar hides? We're just finding this stuff. I'll sell... well... I'll sell 3 of them.
Good deal.
Because I don't want... I can only carry that many. Pelts, we find so many pelts. I'll sell 5 of those. We're finding tons of animal fat everywhere.
Enjoy it.
Salvage, we're rolling around a salvage. Every little bit counts.
Good deal.
Temporary endurance boosting effects. So eating these mushrooms gives us more defense temporarily. That's good to know.
Come find me if you need anything else.
Alright, so we have the rope ascender. And we have... We have a lockpick, so we can open chests now. So we should go back and get the chests. So I'm guessing this is a... Okay, so it tells you which monoliths are locked and which ones you can unveil. Let's see if the monoliths are as useful as they were last time, where they pretty much highlight almost all the nearby secrets. That was a kind of cool investment. Go straight, and I should come across gold. Is this the one I can do? That is not the one I can do. There should be gold right in front of me. I don't see it. It might be inside this house. Oh, is this the one with the weird floor? Yeah, it is. I don't know how I'm supposed to... So there's gold underneath there. But I really don't know how I'm supposed to get beneath that. There's got to be something I can do that's gonna... I don't think there's anything I could drop or impact. Can't ledge grab. Can't climb on top. Damn, that's puzzling. Oh well. But yeah, a lot of people don't necessarily like tragic endings. They wanted Noctis and Ludifreya and all the bros. They wanted everybody to have a nice big happy ending, and they didn't get it, so they got salty for it. And you know why? Because that game does such a damn good job of making you care about the characters. And that's what I love. He really makes you care about these characters. That's why Crisis Core is such a good game. It's such a well-told tragedy, just like Romeo and Juliet. People don't still portray Romeo and Juliet because, you know, oh, they die at the end, spoilers. Well, everyone effing knows that. The reason why it's a classic is because how it's told is a tragedy. Same thing for Crisis Core. We know Zack dies in the end. However, how they tell it, it is still such an emotionally moving event when it actually happens. It is so touching and so well done, so well executed.
So again, what did you learn?
I learned that sacrifice can make your life better. That you shouldn't be constrained by the legacy of your family. You can find your own path.
I guess that's what I
Love is
learned.
stronger than death.
And then 15, like, it's the same thing. But that's why I really don't like how they went back and added an alternate ending that somehow magically Noctis and Lunafreya survive and live happily ever after. I'm like, what the hell is this pansy alternate ending? They're like, well, you can choose your ending now. We're not saying which one's canon or official, but whatever. I'm like, Square Enix, you're destroying the original writers and directors' intent just to satisfy a fan base. That's too petulant to handle the fact that, you know, sacrifice. Like, I run what she's talking about right now. Sacrifice is sometimes what you have to do.
Items in her shop, artifacts known only to the gods.
I saw.
You were lucky you found her. She often travels
especially
outside
when you
of
learn
Arden
Arden's
gathering
story.
inventory.
She seemed the
I really
most
feel that Arden,
optimistic.
besides just being like a very,
We have a saying in
I don't want to say mischievous, but a very diabolical sort of a plotting, scheming antagonist. When you learn his backstory and you learn his motivations and you see him fleshed out, man, you really do feel, man, this is one of these, it's one of these villains you feel you can sympathize with. Or it's like, wow, he's kind of not wrong in what he's doing. He is right. Maybe not how he's doing it is right, but he is kind of right. And I really do enjoy the type of villains that you can understand and, to a point, empathize with. Whoa, you get 10 gold bars and 10 jade bars out of that. Good lord. That's a free... That's basically 1,500, what we got right there. Solid haul. Solid haul. Now, the thing I don't like, though, is that when you get gold bars or jade bars, you pretty much have to sell them because you can... there's a limit to how much you can carry. For some reason. Very artificial, but whatever. Alright. Oh, another side quest opened up. Oh no, we have to return back to this kid. And be like, hey kid, just letting you know, the dead guys were alright, so suck it up. Suck it up and stop downvoting Final Fantasy 15 on Steam because you're a big pansy baby. And stop writing fan fiction. Doesn't make the world better. No fan fiction has ever made the world better. Don't let your memes be dreams.
All full up. Can't carry any more.
I can't help but notice that that lady, who is like a secret merchant, is not marked on our map. And that really makes me fearful I'm going to forget about her. Like, damn it, just mark the merchant on my map. I know she's kind of a secret merchant, and I'm glad we bought the stuff we did. But I want to go back and buy that outfit. All I remember is that she was somewhere in this area.
I found your dice, Taki.
Oh, thank you.
Didn't you say Pisco stole your dice?
Everyone knows Pisco steals.
According to him, you wanted to play a game and you lost.
He wouldn't let me play again. Just one more roll and I would have won.
Pisco wanted you to know.
It's not the throw of the dice that wins the game. It's the skill of the player. Now that I have my dice back, I can practice more. Thanks again, Ishiki.
I don't think the kid learned anything. I think he's still a punk. I have read fanfiction, unfortunately. And I've had fanfiction read to me, unfortunately. A lot of the characterization is, and this is another criticism of how 15 was told, is set aside in the movie and the OVAs. If you watch the movies and the OVAs, you understand a lot of where the bonds come from for each of the characters. It's done so well for all of them. But at the same time, that's the reason why 15 will never be an S, and it's just, you know, it's a solid game. But it could have been better. Is you have to go to outside media to help understand the events in the game, which I do not approve of. That's bad storytelling. So I was like, well, if you watch the movie and watch the OVA series, just watch the anime, then it explains this, that, and the other. I'm like, that's cool. And granted, I did watch the movie, and I did watch the anime before playing the game. And so, yes, I appreciated it more. But for everyone else that didn't, man, that sucks, doesn't it? But you know what? I guess it's all the more... And it also sucks for me because I need to talk about... I feel I need to talk about those events when I talk about the recap. I don't know. there's a limit to how much I feel character building matters in the overall plot and story. It's not always the most important, but I kind of feel it might be. Because bonds and comrades, which is one of the player modes, is relatively important. And I don't feel we should overlook that. Alright, I don't see any other side quests, so we're going to continue with the main story now. Let's put it this way. Most fanfiction is about as amateur as it sounds. It's written by people who draft their dreams and fantasies on paper and are brave enough to expose it to the world. Brave, I use in quotation marks because they're still writing under an alias. And, yes, when you start realizing what people have churned up in their heads and realize a lot of it's bad, you're like, wow, this is a complete waste of my time in life, thanks. Oh, Letty, you watched the anime and the movie? Yeah, I thought they were good. I enjoyed them. The way they supported 15 for 2 years afterwards with DLC is why I'm not going to rush out even 6 months later and do a recap for 7, because I do suspect they're going to have more DLC for it. I really do think they're going to do that.
Unurato and her rebels are the true sons and daughters of Paititi, if you're asking. I'm not the only one who thinks it either. Just the only one with the guts to say it, apparently. The cleansing is upon us, and it should be Unurato's line that sacrifices Kukulkan to restore the sun, and not the other way around. But thoughts like that have a way of getting people dead, so it's no wonder they aren't voiced.
Man speaks truth.
Where's my mother?
She's settling matters between the guards and her Khan.
What's it like outside Paititi?
Well, a lot of things. It's a very big world.
Bigger than Paititi?
Bigger than 100 Paititis.
What? Will you take me there?
I think your mother might have something to say about that.
What you're looking for is in there.
How will I know when I found the right chamber?
By the smell of death.
Haha. Actually, that's a good answer. I like that.
The old irrigation system. I'll meet you there. Be careful. The cult often patrols there.
Alright, so the silver box should be somewhere here, apparently. If it just gives us a silver box, I actually might be okay with that. Dude, the Prompto anime episode was so good. And even that, the Prompto DLC chapter, like, Prompto had such good writing. And that's why it's such a bummer that a lot of people are, like, banging on about him. Like, dude, Prompto is one of the best fleshed out characters there. If you learn about his story, you'll have such mad respect for him. Ignis's story was so tragic. Not the anime one, but his DLC episode was so tragic. Gladiolus was okay. Gladiolus was just more duty bound. He's like the modern day samurai. And he was just kind of coping with that. He doesn't reject his duty, he embraces it, which I appreciate them not playing on that trope. The whole thing like, I don't want to be the King's Shield, I want to be my own man. No, he wants to be the King's Shield, but he wants to be a better shield. But he also wants his king to be better too, so he's not just guarding the king as a shield, he also wants his king to rise up and be a better man. A man that he also feels proud to protect. And I like that. That's why he also doesn't take shit from Noctis. And then Arden. Arden's anime episode, as well as his chapter, were... Well, his chapter wasn't so great, but the anime for him in the backstory, that was well done. When you realize that, you know, hashtag Arden did no wrong, it's really kind of changes the perspective on things. Yeah, I know, you're waiting on the recap, everyone's waiting on that recap. And they are done with all the DLC, so I have no excuse. And I'm not making an excuse. It'll be out when it's out. But I do feel there are some other stories that do demand your attention a little sooner rather than later.
All right.
How did I not get that prompt? I whipped out my axes and somehow did not catch any rock. Ouch. At least we don't have a scene of her getting mauled by foxes. Right. I'm sorry, not foxes. Maned wolves. I need to stop saying foxes. They're not foxes. Oh yeah, people in the beginning when Final Fantasy was first being told, they did not appreciate the fact that I was telling stories out of order. It was a source of ire for some people. And then I gently remind them, hey, just letting you know. Just letting you know. None of you pay for any of this. It's all free. I don't lock any episodes behind a paywall. And also, it's my channel, I can do whatever the hell I want. Because it's free to you. So, if you have complaints about it, well, you just go somewhere else. I don't give a crap, it's the internet. Until then, shut your mouth. Because you're getting all this for free and I'm doing this on my spare time. What I don't like are the people that have the haughtiness to think, hey, you should re-upload an episode with this thing included. Ha 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 ha. Shut up. It's a very polite way of just, you know, saying, wow, cool, and I think you should eat shit and die. But, you know, we don't always take the advice and solicitation from strangers. So, yeah. I get it. Okay, I think we're really supposed to drop here. Nope. We can't swing. We can't rope hook down. What am I missing? What am I missing with this? Maybe I gotta jump and then hook that down? That must be what I have to do. Nope. How the hell do I get down? I'm sure this door opens on the way out.
All right.
Because clearly there's a ledge down there, but I can't grab it. I can't rope hook onto it. I didn't miss anything, did I? Is there a switch I'm supposed to be knocking out? That lowers a platform or something? I see nothing to interact with over here. Hmm. Alright, so jumping down doesn't work, jumping right doesn't work. Let's try jumping left. Nope.
All right.
Oh, okay. I'm scared. I'm stupid. I'm not lowering the rope far enough. See? I was holding on the wrong button for this. Overthinking it. Overthinking it once again. That's on me. That's on me. Because I went down a little bit, and I stopped. And I was like, I guess I can't lower anymore. But I was just pressing the wrong button, so that was on me. Herp-a-derp-derp. Missed that prompt. I think I should not have tried swinging and grappling the second one, because that second one was not a rope hook. Hey, Pooty, thanks so much for the host. I appreciate you. It's funny, Letty. I was just talking about this with Sakaru because he happened to be streaming at a time where I was actually awake in the morning, which is like 10 o'clock. Because sometimes he streams like 7 a.m. I'm like, I'm not getting up for that. He's still working on hard mode. He's in chapter 17 now. So he's actually going to take on the VR challenges tomorrow. I'm like, I would be very interested to see you with that because I'll give you the advice that I have and hopefully you don't have the same struggles I did. Because Zero just finished the game on hard mode. Good on him. Whoa. It's an auto swing. Okay. Missed that prompt a second time. And I was telling him that it's funny. I have an old friend from high school who, throughout high school, swore he had his own crazy fan theory that I always thought was just nonsense. Right. As I do with pretty much all fan theories, because all fan theories are nonsense. Not a single fan theory has not been nonsense. And I don't feel any fan theory has ever improved the storytelling of the game. Not for Final Fantasy, at least. Whoa, did not jump there. There we go. That was a tricky rope hook. It felt very delayed there. I need the better knife.
I don't think anything...
And he's like, oh, all the universes are tied together, blah, blah, blah. Keep in mind, this is before Dissidia came out. And Dissidia does, like, the Hyrule Warriors thing, which is... crazy magical sorceress pulls the main protagonist from every single game into one universe, blah, blah, blah. And whatever. And then you have the new thing with Final Fantasy VII trying to, like, suggest... it does a nod to Final Fantasy X a little bit. Because in the Shinra HQ, there's a little picture and you see Shinra from Final Fantasy X. And, you know, Shinra in Final Fantasy X-2 infamously says, hey, I'm looking up the planet's energy. And I'm gonna be, like, finding out ways to harness this infinite energy of the planet. And Yuno's like, oh, man, we'll never be alive to see how that goes down. And it was like, oh, it's in the same universe. I'm like, no, they're not. And also, the Shinra in 10-2 is not the same Shinra as you see in 7. It can't possibly be. I'm sorry, does the world of Spira look like the world of Final Fantasy 7 to you? It doesn't, because it's not. That's people conveniently want the universe to be small. Where, oh, a guy wearing a face mask and another guy wearing a face mask, they must be family or the same person. No, it's just a guy in a face mask. I don't know if you noticed this or not, but Nomura, who directs this game, loves having faceless dudes in dark cloaks. He loves having it. He has organizations full of faceless dudes in dark cloaks. So that way he can constantly have you guessing on what the relationships are between people that you can't 100% certify who they are. And now he made him a plot element, more so than normal. So now everybody has Shadow Ghost cloaked figures. He loves his cloaked figures with no faces. He must be new to this party. It's like, have you not noticed that, you know, but almost all the games have a reference to, like, you know, Mog or Sid or Biggs or Wedge. Those are old. They're all nods. They're just nods. It's an ongoing joke. That doesn't mean it's the same universe.
Steady.
My God.
Steady.
But you know what? You got people like that. You got people like that. You got people like my friend. Good guy, but that's stupid. It's a nod. It's a reference. It's an Easter egg. It's not quote unquote evidence of like a unified world. I did not think that was a ledge I could scramble to. That is fresh dead.
I'm gonna be sick.
Tricky. So yeah, as you can see, I'm very negative about that sort of stuff.
Okay, take it slow.
One of the things I've had to let go of as we get older is the easy temptation to be elitist when it comes to story and lore.
You can do this.
Like I had, you know, one person who unironically said, "Hey, I think it's crazy that, you know, this port of Final Fantasy 1 on my cell phone plays like the Final Fantasy 7 victory theme." I was like, "Oh my effing god." It's like the Final Fantasy victory theme has been the same Final Fantasy victory theme for the last 30 years, starting with Final Fantasy 1. Trust me. 7 did not invent that. Good lord. I know it's the first game you may have played for some bizarre reason, but my gosh. And it's too easy to want to be that guy. To be that guy where it's like, well, actually, if you were a real fan, it's like, oh god, don't do that. Don't do that. It's too easy. It's too easy to do that, and that's wrong. That's the path. That's the path that's wrong. Don't go that way. Just don't say anything. Just politely correct them.
I guess I have no choice.
But I'm not going to gatekeep them from saying, like, well, you should play all the Final Fantasy games before you call yourself a real fan. No. It's like 30 effing Final Fantasy games. That's an unreasonable request. If Final Fantasy was like Breath of Fire, and there was only like 5 games plus a mobile game that we're never going to see, I suppose that's a little bit more rational, because those games are all like 20 hours each, 25 hours. None of them are very long. Or at least, the 2 that I've played were not very long. Let's put it that way. I don't know how long Dragon Quarter or the rest of them are, but I can't imagine it being that long.
Is this one of the rebels?
And I hate that kind of gatekeeping where you can't possibly enjoy this game because you don't know all the lore. Hell, that's such a stupid, idiotic way of approaching things. Man, gatekeeping is like... it really bums me out when I see personalities I kind of like do gatekeeping, and I have to remind myself, don't ever be that guy. Guide people, give them options, but don't gatekeep them. The world's too big and life's too short to be judging people for how they eat their stuff. I don't know why, but I'm reminded of Dr. Seuss and the many allegories that he has. Like, this is a butter side up, butter side down debate.
Laura, how's it going?
If you're familiar with that fable.
I found another serpent with a silver eye.
Dr. Seuss is so relevant.
You?
Talking tattoos.
It is just as relevant. When I was a kid, one of my favorite books was Aesop's Fables. I loved reading all the fables. And you know what? Almost all those lessons still relevant. Because people don't change. Fools beget fools. And that just doesn't change. It's a vicious cycle. These people are gonna hear me. Oh, I thought there was a person up there. Guess not. Trial of the Serpent. Here we go. Two and 3 are very long. Are you sure? Define very long. You have to give me a specific number. Very long means different things for different games. When I'm saying when you say very long, I'm hearing like 60 to 100 hours. That's very long. There's almost no game I've noticed in the 90s that has a story that's that long, where I can't complete the main quest in campaign in like less than 30 hours. 20, 25 hours, maybe.
Impossible. I can't carry. Have to burn that barrier.
Alright, so I have to burn the barrier. I can't whip out fire arrows for some silly reason.
Too wet. It'll need an accelerant to burn.
Okay, that's actually an in-game. I'm okay with that. Where the game says, okay, no, it's too wet to burn. Okay, fine.
Gotta be a way to burn away that barrier.
So we have to lead the fire to this pit. Is what we've got to do. Like, Tales games are 60 hours long. All of them. Every single one. They're always horrendously long. They are so long. Even the old ones are just long. They are very long. I don't know. Breath of Fire, not super long. Alright, so we need to put something. I'm guessing we need to fuel oil here, is what we have to do. That looks like a lever. What does Time to Beat say about Breath of Fire? Is blood flammable? How flammable is blood? I'm afraid of Googling that and being flagged by the FBI. How flammable is blood? They'll be like, your search engine is erratic. You have difference between llamas and alpacas followed by is blood flammable. Hopefully they just take me for an idiot. I'm like, no sir, I was just playing Tomb Raider. Oh, so you're one of those video game players, I see. Back in my day, but games only needed one button to be played. And you know what? We liked it. Well, keep in mind, I do play all of my recap replays. They're all using guides. I'm always using a guide. Trust me. In a perfect world where I have the time to just relax and take my pace with them, I would. But I don't have time for that. I 100% always follow a guide for all my recaps. For two reasons. Number one, to get to the game faster, of course, so the sooner I get done with it, the sooner I can make the video. The other is to make sure I don't miss out on any optional stuff, or if I see a quest is way too damn grindy, or just requires a challenge that just I can't be arsed to do, I know that, hey, I'll just pull footage from somewhere else. For that, like, specific quest or some other crap.
Must be a way to turn the second wheel. Must have taken hundreds of sacrifices to get enough blood to fill these channels.
Wait. Hold on. Okay, we gotta line the channels up. That looks lined up to me. I like that settling. That's kind of funny. Alright, so... No, this isn't correct. E-loop here. Nope, that's not correct either. Well, Breath of Fire 2, I don't care about multiple endings as long as it has a canon ending. Or, if it doesn't have a quote-unquote canon ending, like if it has a good or a bad ending, then I'll accept the good ending as the canon ending. That's how I tell my stories. Do these need to flow to the skulls? Or no, it probably doesn't. Well, actually, wait. These skulls might link to each other. It might be this option. Yeah. I think this is the option here. And that snake's around there. Maybe? This may not be it, but when we flow the oil and blood down here, we'll find out. You don't have to tell me if it's good or bad. I'm not here to judge if a game's good or bad. Those are comments for when I share them here. I'm not here to review the game. I'm just here to tell a story. Just the facts. Just the facts. Yeah, it does stop there. I figured this was wrong. Oh, gotcha. One of them is a bad ending, and the other is like the good ending. Gotcha. Okay, I hear ya.
Damn, it's flowing to the wrong place.
Actually, yeah, you're right, it is. Good thing we have infinite tries. I think I was right the first time. I think I was right the very first time. Nope, that was also wrong. Well, it's gotta be the last one then. This is literally the last combination. Like, when I do 15, I'm doing the ending where everybody dies. I'm not doing that joke ending. That doesn't even make sense in the narrative of Noctis and Lunafred, like, living somehow. That crap's garbage. I'm not accepting that. Wait, so... was it? I'm guessing it was wrong. Oh, I get it. I'm doing this wrong. I'm turning both at the same time when I need to turn them in such a manner where... like, this is correct. This channel clearly goes in. And I need something that leads to the middle channel. Yeah. I'm not spinning both. That's what I'm doing wrong. So this one, yeah, this one's correct. This is the part that's correct.
Okay, now to bring that barrier down. Now, to find the silver box.
Raiders of the Lost Ark stuff right here. So that's just it. In the alternate ending, which by the way is detailed more in a book that I haven't read, but I'm not even gonna entertain it because it's dumb. In the game, they just show a quick cutscene where it's almost like it suggests that the everybody dying was just a dream. It's just a dream Noctis had, and he wakes up and he looks up and he sees Luna Freya there, and they're old and they're happy and whatever. So the whole like, oh, the ending of everybody dying, oh, it's just a dream. No, 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 no. Because they play on that fact that the beginning of the game, you know, you see the end of the game where everybody's about to be roasted by a Ifrit. And he just flashes back to the better days that he had. You're literally seeing his life flash before his eyes.
There's the little rebel prince.
Good dodge. I have a gun. I could be killing these guys. I know they're Trinity. Or maybe we just run. We're running through a busy city square. We're gonna knock over every single fruit stand. Dead. Got the saw blade out. Fatality. When I see more of this, I'm just reminded of Kotal Khan from Mortal Kombat. And I know obviously he was decidedly based on these sort of Incan cultures, but man. Mortal Kombat 11 is another one that I think I can start doing, but I'm gonna give it a little bit more time because I want to get the final sales numbers. And also I think all the DLC characters are decided. So now that they're all done, I can finally say how many characters it actually has. Everyone's like, that was a 100-foot drop. There's no way she lived.
Lara, if you can, head back. Wuchu has something he wants to ask you. I think it's a favor.
Okay, I'll make my way back as soon as I can.
Well, that was a really short sequence. Are you a
We're
shop?
here during a busy time, friend. The tanners, the butchers, the weavers, the dyers, even the teachers. All the districts are preparing. The market will be busy. Great things are on the horizon for the city and its people. We all must do what we can to help Kukulkan usher in a new world.
Because, yeah, when they say Kukulkan, I'm like, Kotal Khan? There's a merchant who's not marked on my map.
I have barely made enough to offer in tribute.
Tribute to who?
The cult of Kukulkan, of course. They demand
Khan of
all profits
Outworld.
earned on market day. But if they think I tried to short them,
I understand.
thank you, Ishiki. Will you trade then?
Ooh, alright, so we got... Ooh, these guys has better quivers. Like, why would you ever buy the medium quiver when the large quiver is just a little bit more? Mantle of the Sixth Sky. Sixth Sky, bro. Protection from projectile attacks. That's pretty good. Harvest more animal resources. That's also very good. Man, 300 whatever gold pieces for fire arrows? That's ridiculous. I do want to get the large quiver. I might as well. I can sell all this stuff.
You have made an excellent choice, my friend. I am certain you will find it useful. The gods favor us both. You have made an excellent choice, my friend.
Like, we get so much of this stuff.
I am certain you will find it useful. The gods favor us both. You have made an excellent choice, my friend.
So now that we have 7,000 things, we're gonna buy a large quiver so that way we don't have to worry about anything. Oh, you're gonna be like that game? I have to buy the medium quiver before I can buy the large quiver? Oof. Oof. I do not approve that. If this was an upgrade tree, I would accept it, but I'm literally buying this from a merchant. I should be able to buy the Adventurer's Quiver. You're just making me spend 2,000 more gold. Alright, well, there we go. The decision was made for me.
Unuratu must be worried about Etzli. I have to tell her he's been captured.
Or we could just, you know, kill him and take him back. I honestly don't know why she ran. Alright, after this inevitable cutscene, I know we're gonna get a cutscene. Gonna take a quick break.
Etzli's been captured. I know. They're holding him at the barracks. We're working on a plan to release him.
I tried to get him, I'm sorry.
I don't know about that. I don't know if try.
What's that?
The silver box.
Is this a key?
Oh no, it's just a key. Never mind.
It looks like it belonged to the Mountain Temple.
You stole from the temple.
It is adjacent to where they're holding him.
Wow, that's convenient. Thanks.
Is the box of eggshell connected to the barracks? Is that why the cult occupied the temple?
I guess.
It's heavily guarded. When we go in, it has to be subtle, silent.
Is there a back way?
Those are two words I can
There
do.
was one by the salt
Usually.
mine, but it has deteriorated. It's treacherous.
I might be able to manage it.
Perhaps. You did survive the sacrificial pit. I haven't been back inside since I was a child. But from what I can remember, the barracks are within an inner stronghold.
If I can get in through the back way, I can clear a path and let you in. We will free Etzli, then go find the box.
I'll take care of my son. You go after the box.
I kind of want to see a second apocalypse event just wipe everybody out. Add a little bit more gravity to the situation. Okay, I'm going to pause right here. We're going to take a quick break for a few minutes. Everyone refresh, get some water, stay hydrated. I'll be right back. Alright, we're back. So the plan is the same plan as before. We're gonna sneak in and we're gonna kill everybody silently. My favorite kind of plan. Oh, I saw you, little glint. If we need money, we have passed 2 different chests that we now have the lockpick for. And there were a couple of different areas that we now have the reinforced rope wench for. So we could get more money if we ever really need to bank it. I'm probably off camera. We'll go back and get that. I won't bore you guys with the details of just going back to the chest just to get some gold pieces.
Jonah, I think I'm close to the mine entrance.
Butcher says it's at the edge of the mountain. He sent a rebel ahead to open it.
Thanks. Can't quite make the dialect out.
So, I only know proficient, I do not know fluent.
Here it is.
Mountain Temple.
I'll need to be careful.
Like, I need to be silent. He just pulls out the loud weapon. If I kill everyone, then there'll be no one around to hear me. You know, you're not wrong, Lara. I don't know how or why I stopped halfway through there. Oh, you know what I should have done? I should have switched outfits. We'll keep the outfit on. I want to switch to one for the, get more XP for combat kills. Or at least stealth kills. Let's see if it lets me switch. Yeah, cool, perfect. Oh, you can't wear any of your clothes. You have to wear tribal stuff. Okay, that's fine. At least it lets me wear the tribal stuff. So let's see which one of the tribal ones we have that give us more stealth kill. Bonus XP from hunting animals, and take less damage. Take significant less damage from melee. Alright, none of those. Man, none of them give me stealth kill. At the very least, I guess I can get something that just has better combat benefits than what I have, which is nothing. But it has to be a tribal one. I guess take less damage from bullets and arrows, you know, projectile resistance. We'll roll with that. So yeah, we'll roll with battle dress. Battle dress actually looks pretty cool. Oh, we have 4 skill points. Let's start burning them. Okay, so I wanted... What did I want next? Oh, I can tell if these are going to be counter kill. They lock those behind tomb events. Which is fine. Counter kill is very useful. We're going to give this a shot. Kill a second enemy during a stealth takedown to perform a chain takedown. If this is what I'm hoping it is, which is kill 2 guys at once, that is very useful. So we're going to purchase that and hope it's as good as I'm hoping it is. Yeah, after performing a stealth takedown on one enemy, press Y to kill another nearby enemy. I really hope that lets us kill 2 dudes at once. Or 2 dudes before raising an alarm. I get the feeling we're gonna find out. Oh, we could unlock the next weapon upgrade level. Might as well. More DACA is more DACA. Alright, there we go. Maxed out bow. I hear dudes, I don't see dudes. I like that, actually. This is actually pretty quotable. If you don't learn how to block, then you better learn to like the taste of your own blood. That's solid advice. 100% true. Dodge a knife, you can dodge a ball.
On the right track.
What was it? Dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge? Or something like that.
Careful. Is that guy facing me? Okay. Yeah, he's facing me. It's true. Shit. I'm gonna distract both these dudes. This looks like the right place.
Why are they doing drills in the middle of this temple? Like, they're a security force. They can do that out in the open. What are they afraid of? What did I just get 100 XP for? That's a guy right there. That's two guys right there. Alright, so we're gonna get an opportunity
There's the gate I need to open.
to see if we can kill two dudes at once. Damn it. Never mind. That's a trap, isn't it? No, it's not. What is this? Oh, this is mud. It's like, we're not in the jungle though, so I don't know how spreading mud on yourself is going to make yourself less visible. I guess maybe light won't reflect on you as much. Maybe? I don't know. Mud is still wet. Oh, it's because it wants me to blend into this stuff. I wish you could whistle and distract dudes that way. Alright, so those two are distracted that way. This dude is distracted this way. I want to grab that cloth. Alright. What happened to the guy who was up here? There he is. But the security man over there is facing that way. If I go for that guy on the left, the guy in the middle is going to see me for sure. Shit. Alright, well they're moving. Come on over. A raider! Tomb Raider. Man, these guys have amazing vision. Oh shit. Alright, we're going loud. These guys take a lot of hits, I'm just saying. Their tribal armor is getting work done. Also, we need body shots because they're all wearing helmets and headshots are not going to cut it. Well, botch that stealth attempt. I tried. I just got... I don't even know who spotted me. I thought the two guys that were investigating were just facing the other direction. But I suppose it worked out. Also, is my assault rifle silenced? It sounds when it's firing like it is. I need to check the description on it when I get to a fireplace next. It sounds like it's silenced. It does not sound loud at all.
The gate mechanism might be on the top of that wall.
Honestly, mud aside, the Huntress outfit looks really good. That's a good looking outfit. The Cobra strut, nice. I don't know if these rebels notice, but literally having all your dudes be naked against fully armored guys isn't the best. Just on a tactical level.
Kunduni Shokol! Kalampil!
She got shot in the arm.
Mother! Would you get him out of here?
I just really wish the voice actors just sounded more ethnic. They just sound like normal English people. They don't sound British like Lara, but they don't sound like they're from South America. They did a much better job of
Jonah.
having the Japanese sound like Japanese and having the Russians sound like Russians.
Unuratu was captured.
But some odd reason, they just could not get Brazilians.
I'm going off to the box. I don't know how long.
They couldn't even get Mexicans.
Thanks. The Eye of the Serpent. That's it.
I had a friend who asked if playing the new God of War was worth it. And I said, well, if you like God of War, it's the best God of War. If you just want to play an action game, it's alright. It's better than most, but if you don't play it, you don't miss anything either. That's the way that I kind of look at things. Where it's like, it was the 2018 Game of the Year winner. No, actually, no, it was the 20... Yeah, it was 2018. Yeah, 2018 Game of the Year winner. Even though I think Red Dead is much better. But I'm like, is this an essential game? No. If you do not play that as an action game, you do not miss anything. It doesn't do anything to push the envelope forward. It's just very good at presenting elements that already exist. It's not what I would call a revolutionary game. It's not like Red Dead Redemption 2, which, like I will say and keep saying, once you play that game, it will change the way that you perceive how overworlds can be designed intricately. And also excellent quest structures. The quests in Red Dead 2 are just so damn good. The quests in Red Dead 1 were also really good, but 2 is also really good. That was one that, again, will just transform the way you think about open worlds. And because of that, I feel it's worth experiencing. Do not skip. But yeah, the only reason you would want to play New God of War is because you like God of War already. If you feel like action games, sure. If you want to, you know, it's usually on sale. You can usually get it for less than 20 bucks. I think during Black Friday it was on sale for like $10. You know, it's worth it at that price, no problem. But you're not going to get replay value out of it. It's going to be a one and done kind of deal. I don't know if I'm supposed to swing to that ledge. It's highlighted, but I get the feeling I'm going to drop and die. Oh, okay, it was just water. We're good. God of War is what I would call safe and cinematic, which is a very popular design choice these days. Safe and cinematic, intended for mass consumption. You'd swear it was made by Disney. Is that a bad thing? No. No. But, certainly almost never an original thing. And sometimes not even an interesting thing. Where once you play it, you're gonna forget it because it doesn't stick out. It's unremarkable in the larger scheme of things. Like, did it have good art design? Sure. But did it have the memorable art design of, say, like, Control? Not really. Did it have good combat? Sure. But did it have the tight, refined, stylistic demands of, say, Devil May Cry? Nope. Did it have a cinematic vista? Sure, absolutely. But did it have the scope and level and ambition of a realized immersive world of Red Dead 2?
Like
Nope.
there's a temple down there.
But hitting things with the axe was so good. You're right. Hitting things with the axe did feel good. They got that down. You're absolutely right.
I got Unuratu captured.
He
What's
kind of
Demand's
got
gonna
himself
do with her?
captured. Don't blame yourself, Lara.
As long as he needs the box, he'll keep her alive.
Ah, so it is suppressed. I thought it was. Oh, it's cool. So our rifle's automatically suppressed. We should be using that a little bit more often then. Against guys we can't headshot like those guys, we should really be using the suppressed rifle. Man, I got a damn good rifle then. Craft lure. It also obscures lines of sight. You know, crafting smoke grenades might be good, but craft see, I don't. Oh, why would I want to use that? Why would I ever want to use concussive shells? When I'm firing at a person, I don't want to return back to being concealed. I'm just gonna fire at them to kill them. Why would I ever want to stun them? I don't get cool points for that. I mean, I think you do get cool points for it, but whatever. I think charging our charge shot faster is probably a good one to save for. These two are good ones to save for. Faster charge shot and hold charge shot longer. Ah, Letty, that is a very popular question of many Twitch streamers where they're like, hey, it says I have so many other like viewers. Many of those quote unquote viewers are bots that are collecting data from Twitch. They're not actually viewers. Like, you're real, Dark's real, Nano's real, like Marina was real, Noel was real earlier. But yeah, like some of those like weird sounding names like Lurks or Nightbot, like those are just bots. They're just bots from Twitch to data mine. Is this the real life or is this just fantasy? Yeah, honestly, looking at this outfit, looks good. I like this. I especially like the pants. I don't know why, but the tassels on the side look cool to me. And the buckler, or not the buckler, but the bracer, looks really good. Buckler looks cool too. But yeah. Or pauldron. It's not a buckler, it's a pauldron. But yeah, looks good.
I don't have enough enough space for that.
Fashionable and functional. That is the balance that we always strive for. Need to get work done and look good while doing so. That is the prime objective.
Who made these things?
And we have had bots. We have had actual bots come in on the channel at times. It kind of only came in during God of War, ironically, talking about God of War. I think we really only got those bots by playing God of War, wouldn't you say? Maybe there was like another game or two, but we really only got like the bots that came in. But yeah, God of War was when we really got bots. That was so weird.
And I could dive.
This is incredible.
Oh, look at that chest down there. Clank. Gold bars. Sunken treasure. Hey, you know, I got 2 jade bars. That's what is it? They're worth 100 each? That's 200. That's worth it. So there's more sunken treasure, you say, eh? This is actually the part where we probably oh, there is piranhas. Damn it. There's another chest, at least. Where, we should have invested in the chests and other field items show up with your vision. Because they don't show up otherwise. I know I saw you somewhere. Down here. Damn it! Yeah, we had bots and we had a God of War fanboy troll who just could not take criticism. Could not take criticism. He lovingly enjoyed the simple cinematic game, and that's fine. Fuck, man, these piranhas. I remember his name, actually, Lone Wolf, ironically. So if anything, he had a presence, he was memorable. I see a gold vein down there, too. Give me that jade, baby. Yeah, 5. That's a good one. That's 500 right there. Alright. Keep an eye out for other chests as well. Because it's dark down there and they blend in. I imagine they're probably going to be nearby the things that can kill us. Because game design. There's one. Surprise, it was a mimic. Let me tell you what. seeing a treasure chest underwater and it's a mimic is one of the worst encounters you can have. Because mimics are, you know, they're not the worst enemies. You can kind of like flank them and beat them up really easy. But underwater, oh baby. Mimics are the worst. Wait, you got mimics underwater? I almost want to challenge myself with a video. 101 terrible ways to kill your players. And it'll be like terribly interesting ways. But they would have to be fun ways, like what we just talked about, where like the maze where the exit is actually the entrance. Or being devoured by 25 snakes. You know, they need to be stuff that you can immediately pop in a campaign. It's like, wow, do you have a dick player and you want to like legitimately challenge them in a way that they'll probably die, but you also look like you're scot-free of it? Sure, let me help you out. I'm Oni Black Mage, and allow me to teach you 101 easy ways you can be a dick. Don't click away because number 25 is so amazing you'll punch your dad. And before we get started, make sure to click my hot link right there for 50,000 free gold in Raid Shadow Legends, an amazing free-to-play mobile game that has some of the best tactical strategic combat I've ever seen. With amazing visuals, you too can become a legend. That started being serious and then ended up being me being trolly again. Sorry, not sorry. Anytime I do this shill advertising spiel, I immediately go to shill YouTuber voice. We have one more chest out here. I don't want to leave because we have one more chest out here. There's another chest somewhere in this pool. We're going to find it before we move. Because it has treasure, and we don't leave treasure behind. Unless it's inconvenient or tedious. Or full of stupid shit. It might be down here. I don't think we've explored this side of the trenches. Oh, there it is. Aha. 5 out of 5, baby. You know, the 100 XP is not great. That's why I don't do some of the challenges, because I'm like 100 XP, who cares? But we got like 10 jade bars out of that, so that was like 1,000 gold pieces. So we got treasure. For more amazing tips, tune in on our Tomb Tuesdays for more live questions, Q&As, and answers to all of your dungeon crafting and dungeon killing needs. I didn't have a cool way to pun that in. I was trying to think like, what's a cool pun to this? Damn, I can't think of one. Shit. I need to work on my cool improv. I'll tell you one of my favorite type of enemies, especially against the typical player build who's like, I have a 26 AC, even though we're level 5, nothing can hit me. They're basically right. When they have stupidly high ACs for the low ECL they're at. Yeah, I know. Running low on my witty puns. Gotta recharge. Get my gamer fuel.
I can't carry anymore.
I highly recommend enemies that explode. I love enemies that explode. There's like the spores that explode. There's a type of orc that's like kind of diseased, and if you kill him, he explodes, and it's like 10 foot, no save. You just take damage. I love that stuff because like, your saves, your resistances, and like your armor class don't mean jack. Like I often say, Bomb arrows solve most things. Proper application of fire and or explosives are a tangible solution to most problems, if properly applied. Actually, it's funny, the fighter I just had was a Warforged fighter, and that was the one that nobody could kill me. I subclassed into Samurai. Samurai is really good. It's one of my favorite fighter subclasses. If I ever bother to play a fighter, Samurai is basically, in my opinion, the best one worth playing. For my interests, and my playstyle. Let me get some air. I didn't think this one through. But yeah. I believe that's mentioned in an errata somewhere. If you cast heat metal on a Warforged, I believe that is addressed. You're not the first person to think of that. So if you Google that and include, like, you know, errata as your search, it'll tell you. Oh, I forgot to tell you as a new DM. So many gray situations that you don't exactly have an answer for and are kind of loosely interpreted in the DMG. If you search the errata basically is exactly what it is. It's a rule addendum or sometimes clarification that is needed. And I highly recommend checking out those. I need air, and I don't see air bubbles out in here. Shit. There it is. If it's object only, then that means that the spell wouldn't work. Yeah. Because even though Warforged count as wearing armor, they themselves are not a target. So it would not be an applicable spell effect. But just in case, check the errata. Because the errata does help fighters for Warforged because, you know, one of the things you can get for a fighter is like, oh, if you're wearing heavy armor, you can get +1 plate, or +1 AC. Or +2 AC, whatever it is. I think it's +1. And Warforged count as wearing armor, but they don't technically wear armor. But the errata clearly states that that ability for fighters will count for a Warforged to take the like, you know, the super like version of themselves that counts as wearing heavy armor. It does count. So you can have like a 22 AC without even trying. But the thing I love about the Samurai is the fact that the Samurai, it's so cool. A couple times a day, it's based, I think, on, like, you know, you get more per, I think you get like once per encounter at least. You get like a charge that, if you want to, you get advantage on attack. Otherwise, and this is the later, one of the crowning abilities, if you want to, you can forsake advantage on an attack and just get an extra attack for it, which is nuts. That is so good. Because there's so many ways you can give yourself advantage or take advantage of advantage. And just getting free extra attack just for forsaking advantage? Oh my god, so good. That is so good. Let's just go to town. I love it. Yeah, Samurai Fighter is basically the only type of fighter that's worth my time, in my opinion. Most other fighters are just ho-hum. Like, no fighter is bad. Fighter is pretty reliable. No matter what. You cannot go wrong just playing a fighter. It's really hard to mess up a fighter. The worst thing I find about most fighters is that their RP is garbage. They think most people RP barbarians and fighters the same way. They're muscle-bound idiots. Man, this is labyrinthine right here. Speaking of labyrinths. Alright, something was definitely alive here. I hope I don't cap out on the Jade stuff, because I don't want to miss out on legit money. Hey, Nanomaster, I never said fighters don't have RP ability. I said that bad players don't RP with their fighters. they play them as dumb, muscle-bound idiots who just wait for the next fight. They just wait for you to say roll initiative. And they otherwise just twiddle their thumbs or check their cell phones. Those are bad fighters. Those are just bad players in general. Okay, I wasn't sure. It's hard to detect sarcasm in text. Oh, this is another good thing right here, is have the obvious trap where you have to elude it by going under it, and then immediately have a pit trap underneath it. Because here's what you do. If you have a pit trap in between that's like 15 feet across, once the player's in that middle 5-foot section, they have to drop because there's no adjacent space that's safe for them to do an athletics check to. So if you have a 15-foot wide pit, the player has to drop. If they're super clever and they insist, you can maybe have them like do an athletics check to grab the spears above them and maybe kind of like hand over hand their way out the pit. But most players won't do that. They'll be like, well, you can either grab the poison tip spears or you can plunge it down. I don't give players an automatic freebie roll because the rules only say if there's like a safe like space to get into, but a trap space is not considered a safe space. And trust me, no player would want you to adjacently move them into a trap. Because you can ask them, hey, do you want me to move you into a trap space? No, hell no, man. Okay, well, I guess you're falling into the spike trap. It's like, wow, dick move. I know. I got on this amazing channel called Oni Black Mage on his top 25 ways to fuck over your players. Working title is pending, by the way. YouTube doesn't like it when you swear. I would never make a video that's comparable saying, well, can you make a 25 ways to F with your DM? No, because odds are you're already a bad enough player by watching this video that you probably already give your DM a hard time. I mean, if you're watching a video on how to screw people over, hell no. I'm not giving that to players. F you. Wow, did I seriously grab that? That's amazing. I did not think I would grab that. That was generous, game. That was very generous. It was too dark. I literally did not see the thing that screamed at me. Now, here's one thing I will say, Letty, that I think is very weird. On my side, it says there's only 2 of you, but clearly there are 3 of you. I don't know why it doesn't count. On my end, it doesn't show like the proper number of people either, but it undercounts. Wait, there's a challenge tomb in here? I thought I was already in a tomb. I guess not. I think this is the way forward, and I think this is the side tomb. The first thing I always check when examining a monster for viability is its intelligence, because its intelligence will determine the behaviors it exhibits in combat. If something has an intelligence of like 6 or higher, it's going to employ tactics. They may be very primitive tactics, but they're still going to be tactics. If it's 8, then they'll have comparable things, like they can set traps, things like that. If it's 10, then that means they're just as good as any player. Actually, if it's 8, they're just as good as any player. So that means they can do the same shit players can do. So don't forget that. Battle cunning is a wisdom trait? You know what? I guess the more I think about it, that makes more sense. But I do still prefer enemies that can outsmart, not necessarily outfight the players. And so I guess I naturally gravitate towards that. Alright, we need to go left or right, but I need air. Wolves are not going to employ, like, cunning, per se. They're going to, like, lie in wait and attack you in packs. Like, I wouldn't call that cunning, per se. It's just simply their instincts. I think this is... Oh, cool. Black powder. To create improved explosives. I know I saw a dig spot there. I guess I didn't. Is this the tomb? No, it's not. It's just a treasure. I think the other way was the tomb. Yeah, the other way was the tomb. This is just the exit. If you ever are in any of my campaigns, at some point, you can bet your ass you're gonna fight undead. May not be now, may not be later, but it will be times when you fight the undead. Undead are my favorite enemies to throw against players. Love them. So much variety, so many options, and back in 3.5, so much customization. I loved the source books that allow you to customize your undead with like feats or templates. They were my favorite thing. It was creating a recipe with undead. I loved it. We gotta go for this treasure. Wow, it is dark in here. Good lord. And I'm getting swept along. Is this the tomb? Is this the main? Where am I? Man. It's funny that you say that, Nanomaster, why you don't like using undead because they have stat and level drain. I actually don't feel they're overdone. I feel laziness is overdone with them. I think we're in the tomb. I think this is a tomb. Because I actually enjoy undead for similar reasons but different motivations. To me, undead are an excellent, excellent way of checking the party's ability to adapt and also restrain situations with creatures that have the ability to be just as deadly as they are. Most players do not prepare against deadly threats that, in my opinion, literally any old dime a dozen adventure can get past. Oh, it's orcs or it's wolves. Literally anybody can fight that shit. Literally anybody. But stuff like dragons and undead, that takes a higher caliber. So if you're trying to build a reputation for yourself, if you want to really make yourself distinct, you need to do something or overcome the foes that allow people to recognize, wow, you fought like those things? That's amazing. But then again, I don't know. That's just simply part of world design. There's not a right or a wrong answer for that. But that's just simply how I perceive things. To me, most undead and some abominations, or my mistake, aberrations, abominations, are some of the most creative creatures because they throw unusual things at foes. And so most people do not know how to react. They're just gotta sit there and whine. Like, my dexterity got lowered by 4. It's like, okay, yeah, deal with it. I didn't prepare for this. Yeah, that's kind of the key difference there. You didn't prepare for that. You prepare for somebody coming up and stabbing you with a sword. That's it. That's your level of preparation. You thought by just dumping hundreds of dollars into light cure potions that would solve all your problems. No. The world is a bigger and more diverse world than that. To me, undead are an excellent way, used properly, to escape mediocrity. Most low-level undead are done very lazily. Like, oh, it's 10 zombies. Like I was explaining to Dark earlier in a previous stream, one of the laziest things you can do is just have a mob of the same exact monster. Much more interesting encounters diversify, like having 2, 3, maybe even 5 different types of characters and creatures, because each monster has a different type of way to check it. And if you are not adaptable, flexible, or creative enough, then you're just going to be overwhelmed. And that to me is a significantly more interesting encounter. Oh, yeah, well, there are ways to prepare. You can scout. You can ask around, learn information about the area. Like, hey, the area we're going to is rumored to be an abandoned graveyard. Or, hey, have you heard the local rumor about there being a underground hot water vein? You know, there are things that you can allude to that could be like, huh, there might be water there. Or, hey, there might be fire there. Or, hey, there might be undead there. There are ways you can flesh out the world and get more information and prepare. Just like you would for a normal life battle. I'm not saying you're going to be psychic, although there are certainly spells that let you be a little bit more foresight. But if your DM refused to give you any implications of unknown, in my opinion, in my humble opinion, I think your DM was being selfish with his world. And he was trying to handicap you at all times. Because there are spells and things you do. It's like, if I go to outside right now, and I want to learn about, hey, I'm new to town, can you tell me about some good Chinese food around here? Somebody knows something, alright? Don't give me that shit where, oh, it's unknown where you can find a good Chinese shop. Don't give me that shit. Or like, hey, what are some local gas stations? Okay, this, that. It's like, you can find out. And if you're just like, oh, it's unknown. No, you just don't want to flesh out your world, is what it's more accurate. In my opinion, Nano, I think you were just facing, especially if he's fighting as divination, where the entire point of divination is to find out shit, then you have a selfish DM. You have a selfish DM. I'm sorry, if he's a nice guy, great. That's a selfish DM. If I was in your table right now, I'd call him out on that crap. I'd be like, is there a reason why you can plausibly tell me why this established thing in your world doesn't happen, why nobody knows anything? Can you plausibly tell me why? Well, nobody ever ventured outside this town. Really? Then how does this town ever have shops? Where do they trade? You telling me they grow their own potions from trees? No. Well, then clearly people leave town, don't they? They're merchants. How do people know what the kingdom or king is? You telling me nobody comes by to collect taxes or tell people what the news are? No bards exist? Is that what's in your world? No? Then how come nobody knows shit? Nobody knows anything outside their own homes. Don't give me that shit. You're just a bad storyteller and you're too lazy with your world. It's fine if you admit that. It's fine if you admit that. Just admit it. You're bad and you're lazy with your world. And that's why I will not be returning to your session, because I can tell that you're going to have a very bad story from this point forward. You can't expect me to be invested when you don't allow me to engage with this world that you're apparently protecting. It's fine. It's fine. You just have room for improvement. People don't like being criticized that way. They don't like honesty. But that honesty, in my opinion, is what they need. Is it confrontational? Absolutely. And you know what I love about live-action D&D? You look them dead in the eye. You look them dead in the eye, and they have to be honest because you're surrounded with a whole bunch of witnesses who are thinking the same thing. This is bullshit. You're shitting me, and you're not well prepared for this. This has nothing to do with me examining my skill trees, because I'm looking for like a good spot to do 2 skill points in. I kind of think I want to do resist damage. But I also kind of want to get more stuff with survival instinct. Oh, that's right. We wanted to invest in get more rare monsters, or rare creatures. Most players think that they have to be like, oh, I gotta be prepared for every single creature every time. Not necessarily, but there are some staples you can have, like spend 11 gold and buy a silver dagger. Like, at least when you come across like a demon or something like that, it's gonna have weakness silver. You may not have your best weapon be silvered, but hey, at least you got something that can bypass it. Have a bludgeoning weapon. You never know. You may have to knock somebody out, or you may have to bash you know, a gelatinous Cuban or a skeleton. Like, have variety. There are very simple things you can do to be prepared. I do not accept that. Well, it's like, well, I can't prepare for everything, so I might as well not be prepared for something. Don't give me that. Oh, this is the exit for the tomb. Well, where's the entrance to the tomb? Oh, it must be that. Where is the tomb? Where did I come from? That's the exit. Is this the tomb? Or did I come from this part? I think I came from this part.
There must have been an incredible
No, this is
battle
new.
here.
This is new.
Need to find a way through this barrack. All full up. Can't carry any more.
That to me is one of the reasons why I love wizards. Some people don't like wizards because they're fearful. What if I choose the wrong spells? What if I don't prepare the right spells? Okay, well, there are some basics you should have. Like, you should have detect magic. You should have cure wounds. You should have a damage spell. Or actually, one of your cantrips should be a damage spell. Otherwise, be resourceful. Good lord. Nobody says you have to have all the answers, but you don't. That doesn't make you useless.
find a way through this
if preparing spells stresses you out, then don't be a prepared spellcaster. But one of the reasons why I love spellcasting is because it gives me the most amount of options. And I love having options. Don't stress about what you can't do. Just try to discover what you can do and use the environment to your, to your advantage.
Need to find
Yeah,
a
be a
way through
warlock
this
and have
barricade.
5 spells. They're gonna be this, you're gonna use those spells a lot, but there you go. You'll be blasting. This is a tomb.
A Spanish galleon. How did it get inside this cavern?
A good question. A very good question, actually. It's like a little ship in a bottle. How'd they get that ship in there? How'd they do that? It's because they built it there. But yeah, no, I love playing casters. And also, you're overthinking it too, because like I pointed out, and as I think you've experienced, you don't have to prepare for everything, because your DMs are usually lazy and they give you the same shit over and over. And they're incredibly predictable. Most DMs are not creative, and so you don't have to be super creative yourself. Now, if your DM cheats, like yours, where he doesn't want to give divination information, that's fine. But you also have the opposite effect, like Dark, what you've encountered, where you have the player who thinks they should get told every possible detail from casting a low-level divination spell. Doesn't work that way. There is a balance. You give them some information. You don't give them all the information, but you give them some. But that, again, required the DM being prepared in what he knows is going to happen. The reason why most DMs don't want to give good divination information is because they're not prepared. Yes, improvisation is part of being a DM, but you were probably just a lazy piece of shit who's making it up as you go along, and you don't want to commit to any actions or environments, and so you can't accurately answer the question. It's more the answer.
Impossible. I can't carry anymore.
Instead of just, hey, let me make up something that sounds good, and then kind of mold the future to reflect that, which is the smarter way of doing it. Haha, Letty. Is this Uncharted 4? I know, right? This is the end of Uncharted 4. Which was the best one in my opinion, because it was the least insufferable. Even though Nathan Drake is still an insufferable asshole. Can't stand him. He's so unlikable. And yet there are people that are so charmed by him. Cannot understand that. He's literally written to be an unlikable asshole, and yet people still like him. Well, Dark, you have the opposite problem. You have players that are trying to take advantage of your world and your inexperience as a DM. So you have the opposite problem of Nano, what it sounds like. Actually, speaking of which, I've been talking all this entire time, which I guess is the point. But while I drink some water, I would love to hear about any of the campaigns you guys are currently doing. Like, I know you just rolled up a new warrior, Nanomaster. I'd be curious to see how that is going down. Or Dark, maybe, if you're still running campaign. What's going on recently? Regale me with your tales, please.
Need to find a way to break through the deck.
Well, I need to climb up there and cut that down. What do you do?
The falconet's in position.
The falconet.
Need to reach the bow.
I doubt I can reach that. Yeah, I didn't think so.
Need to reach the bow.
What are you doing? Down here.
Need to reach the bow.
What are you
Need
combined
to reach
to?
the bow.
Oh, I see. You go all the way up there. I wonder if I shoot this, if it'll actually let me get away with that. Yeah, I didn't think so. Alright, alright. No problem.
Need to reach the bow. Impossible. I can't carry anymore.
Whoa. Botched that. Where's that wind coming from? Like, we're inside a cavern, I guess, but I don't know. I don't see anything else fluttering in the wind. But something's clearly causing that to flutter. It's just weird detail to me. Oh, I mean, we are going to drop the cannon through the top of the ship, but we need to get up there first. Because we need to...
Damn, it won't budge.
We need to first get up there to cut the cannon down. Which I'm imagining involves climbing up this thing, jumping across that box, and jumping up to there. Is what I'm imagining is what I have to do.
Reach that crate.
What is preventing me from getting to this? Oh. That rope.
Need to reach that crate.
Alright, so we need to go up even further. Hey Grim, how's it going? Grim, it's Tomb Tuesdays, so as always, I'm talking about, complaining, and regaling old D&D stuff, as well as new D&D stuff. Or stuff that DMs and players do that piss me off. Because we're all about dungeoneering on Tuesday.
Swung out too far to reach.
No, Grim, you never pissed me off. That's one thing I can say. The only thing you've ever done that mildly annoyed me is the fact that I constantly had to remind you to update your character sheet when you leveled up.
Impossible. I can't
But that's a relatively minor thing compared to stuff people have done that legit annoyed me. Oops. Dropped off the wrong spot there. Yeah, I know. Usually you never even used your spells, so you didn't give a shit about them, much less updating that. I'm like, that's fine. I always recommended that you just get the spellcast, like the non-spellcasting variant of Rangers. So that way you don't have to even worry about spellcasting.
Have to orientate the boom. Impossible. I can't carry anymore.
I think we're max on our Jade Treasure right now. Which would make me a little sad. Yar, this be the San Cordoba. Spanish galleon. But yeah, Nano over here just created, for his campaign that he's playing on his side, brand new Dwarf Ranger, Sailor, mostly. And Dark is learning the trials and tribulations of being a brand new DM, especially with dick players who try to take advantage of him.
Now to find out what the captain is doing. Need to get inside the cabin.
Get me that Spanish gold. Alright, let's see what skill we got. Hopefully something unlucky. Alright, further hold one's breath. Alright. Can't say we can't use that. Watch, we never get the rebreather in this game. Or it's like one of the last things that we get. Time to abandon ship. I'm still lost. Because it's great that we found the tomb. Great that we beat the tomb. Where the hell am I? Yeah, like I told you in the beginning, Dark, I think one of the best things you can do as a brand new DM, besides read the DMG, PHP, is run a module. It's easy bake, ready to go. Even the encounters are done. There are some modules that even come with pre-made characters. Some advanced people don't like doing that. I don't mind either way. So what if somebody pre-made a character for me? Who cares? It's balanced. To me, it's easier to assume the role of something. But at least you don't have to worry about balance because everything's already balanced. So if somebody complains, it's hard for them to win because it's an officially printed module. So this shit's been play tested to death. You're just a bad player, deal with it. Hey Ryan, how are you? You know it. That's what all the ladies say. Sounds like you're still having buffering errors. Sorry to hear that. Glad you could at least drop by and say hey. Yeah, Grim knows about the multi-house cat bombardment. He knows. Like I told you, Grim survived my world. Grim has survived more of my worlds than most players have the honor of saying. That's why Grim is in the MVP land of players that are not shit. And he does it without the grandstanding, which I appreciate. Alright, we clearly haven't gone this way because I haven't gotten this. Unless that's all there is here. Okay. Where do I go next? Okay, so we were just here, for sure. We went this way for the tomb. Let's just keep going back, I guess. Yeah, it's like to say that I mostly killed you guys would be to say that I purposely designed something to kill you. And while I have purposely designed things specifically to kill you guys, like the optional super bosses called the Munchkins, I never made them forced. I never made them forced. They would only ever attack if provoked. I guess the Jesters were also on the hard mode side, to be fair. But to also be fair, you guys had a lot of tools to your advantage. I think all that is the tomb. Yeah, we gotta be going back, I think. I wanna say. We're gonna keep going back until it looks like we are retreading old ground. Oops. Yeah, but you guys, you know, your Paladin Mike, he one-shotted those things. But yeah, the Dracolich in general. Because I'm like, wow, let me combine two of my favorite things to throw against players. Dragons and undead. Everyone knows liches are among, you know, top tier terrible things anyway. I'll be honest though, that pyramid was very much hard mode. That was very brutal on my end.
It's just a noise.
So pretty much everything in that pyramid was admittedly very bad. So, like, I guess I apologize, but I don't apologize very much. That was close. I don't even know if I'm going in the right way, because I legit have no idea where we are in this cavern. I don't recognize any of these rocks. I don't recognize any of these spots. There's no landmarks. Map does not help you. That's true dungeoneering, if anything. I think if we were going backwards, Laura would say something like, this is towards the exit. So I think we're going in a direction. Yeah, this is new. So we're going in the right way. This is definitely new. Oh look, we found the right way by accident. Huzzah. Right, can I fast travel here? I cannot. Damn. That sucks because I think we have max treasure. And we need I want to sell it. Yes, that was actually one of the few dungeons that the players have never cleared. You guys have definitely overcome almost like 95% of all my challenges. Do we have one that's a kill people bonus? I mean, these boots give us bonus XP from stealth kills. I think I want this mix. I think I want the Empress Jaguar top, which looks terrible in my opinion. But it is still better because enemies take a longer time to detect you. And then this one, which is bonus XP from stealth kills. And we're probably going to need that very soon.
I'll need a bigger weapon to get through this.
Well, I don't have a shotgun. The story requires me to have a shotgun that I don't have. What? How is that possible? Oh, maybe this guy has one. Here we go. Yeah, this guy has a shotgun. I need a shotgun. He gets up like a zombie. I know I've unlocked a special shotgun before, but it didn't let me have it because of story reasons. I got a shotgun. I never get tired of saying that either. Alright, now let's see what I have in terms of shotgun. Oh, I have a lot of shotguns. Oh, funny. It has a little cell phone thing because I'm registered to the Square Enix website. And so because of that, I have it. Ooh, a suppressed shotgun with max damage? Yes, please. We are gonna rock and roll with this baby. The Whispering Scourge. That's a legendary weapon name. Suppressed and max damage and almost max accuracy. Look at these stats. Oh my god. It's a shame it's not an auto shotgun, but I'll take that. I will take that. Alright. We are gonna rock and roll, baby. Alright. It does suck that I can't craft better ammo pouch like I could in the last game. You have to just buy all your ammo patches now. They just want to justify an economy in this game. So I have a silenced machine gun. Well, silenced assault rifle. And I have a silenced shotgun. This is going to be fun. We're going to see how much work this shotgun gets done, so it's going to take point.
Impossible. I can't carry anymore.
There are those little weird things again. Those boogeymen. Alright, we get to fight one now. Shoot it. Alright, takes 2 shots on max damage. Okay. There we go. Now it's getting work done. So direct shots, it downs them. Yeah, I know, right? Kalima, I hate that movie. But yeah. Shit, I saw you. What the hell? I have a weird arrow in the middle of my head. Did you see that? Alright, shotgun. You're alright in my book. Bring him on. These guys deal a lot of damage in melee. Alright, we're out of the fun time bullets. Nope, we got more. Yeah, Temple of Doom, in my opinion, will be the worst Indiana Jones movie. Worse than Crystal Skull. You cannot convince me otherwise. Who is hitting me with arrows? Oh, you.
Time to move.
You know, we could potentially have all of our weapons silenced, because I have a silenced pistol too. I just don't like it because the damage isn't very good. So those guys deal a lot of damage. What are these things? Yeah, Tomb Raider in yeah, like Tomb Raider reboot, it was, you know, Zambo Japanese warriors, and then Rise of the Tomb Raider, it was what was it? It was Immortal Greek warriors, and this one I think we got Immortal Amazon warriors. Remember, in each of these three things, we're pursuing what our father was pursuing. Our father was trying to find ways of immortality or extending life or things like that. And so, in each game, we're running into that sort of immortality gone wrong. And so, I think it's the other reason for them justifying Zambos.
All full up. Can't carry anymore.
It's like, these things are just unnaturally living long. So, yeah. So we got that going down.
All right. What now?
It is
Should still turn.
dark in this tomb. Man. What did that get me? Oh, it's just a thing. Alright. Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah, it's you in this tomb. Dark out of this tomb. Can't see anything. Oh, by the way, Grim, I don't know if it's relevant to you, but over here in Georgia, governor basically says this Friday businesses are cool to lift quarantine. I've had a living dungeon before. Did I ever throw you guys in a giant monster before, like you were inside its insides? I could have sworn I've done that dungeon with you guys. Correct me if I'm wrong, Grim. And maybe another group, but I'm almost positive I've done that with you guys.
There we go.
Yeah, you were inside a fire drag. I mean, Swallow Hole is, you know, when a lot of colossal things happen, but I'm talking about like there was an actual dungeon inside a monster. I could have sworn I've done that. What did I just affect? What did that wheel just turn? I was not paying attention. Foolishly. Oh, I think there's a thing underneath the water. Yeah, here we go. There we go. Got that gold ore, baby. Fool's gold isn't gold. It is when you sell it to the right fool. I had a very charismatic player say that once. I'm like, that's a good line. I ain't afraid of no ghost warrior. Although normally at this point, like the previous two games, I'm surprised Lara hasn't exposited about these are the ancient whatever warriors who believed that, you know, death was transformation or something like that. She's actually surprisingly not commenting on these guys at all. I think the lady mentioned these warriors, but they're surprisingly mute about them.
Look at all this. What's behind that door?
Bustin' always makes me feel good. Ah, the water's acid. It's in my eyes. Alright, so clearly we have to clear out this blockage. Bustin' is great. Bustin' makes me feel good is a very famous line from the Ghostbusters theme song. Ghostbusters being one of my favorite comedies of all time. You will constantly hear me reference it. If you have not seen Ghostbusters, highly, highly recommend it. If you like, you know, sci-fi / dark comedies. It is one of the best comedies to be written in the 80s. Actually, I think it was one of the highest grossing comedies in the 80s. If not the highest grossing. Yeah, YouTube Bustin', but I think to appreciate Bustin', you have to appreciate Ghostbusters. Otherwise, the meme may not land. Keep that in mind. All these resources we have and nothing to craft. There's a dude over there, I saw him. Got some RE5 temple vibes in this. Alright, so we come back here with the box. Also, surprising lack of Trinity fights. You know, there's a lot less... It's funny, in this game, there is way more tomb raiding and very few firefights. You notice that? The balance is almost entirely on raiding tombs and solving puzzles. Not against that, but the first two games definitely had a bias in combat, in action sequences. Like the first one, tons of combat. Second one was a lot of action sequences, but also, you know, a balance, I would say, of the two. This one is decidedly more into the dungeoneering side. Interesting. I wonder because it's more puzzle solving.
Can't carry anymore.
And then combat. And I wonder if that's the reason why some people don't prefer this one. I actually kind of like it for the opposite reason. I'm like, this is great. I love puzzle solving in these scenic vistas. Kidding me? Live for this stuff.
I don't have enough space for that.
Oh wait. Is that a thing we could pull down? I think it is. Respected. Pull down 5 effigies. Well, Trinity soldiers were here. You got me. I feel stupid because I thought I was going to be sneaking around things, but we're just killing dudes. I should have gone with get more XP for killing dudes. Alright, so we're breaking up the
Have to get
water.
the water flowing to the wheel.
Alright. These guys are coming out the woodwork here. Reminds me of Dead Space. Where like one of the things that was cool is that all enemy placement, except for a couple specifically selected events, were all completely random. They could come out of any vent at any time.
Have to get the water flowing.
Didn't matter. I loved it. That sort of anxiety always put me on edge. It was great. Nowhere was ever safe.
Have to get the water flowing to the wheel.
Dead Space 1 was just brilliant. Dead Space 2 I also really, really enjoyed. Dead Space 3 was... It was fun, but it wasn't the same. I had fun with it. I 100%ed it. But even I have to admit, like, it's not the same. It's not as good as 1 or 2. It was not the best way to end the trilogy. They made some very business decisions when they took Dead Space 3, made it a shill thing. You know, Visceral was, of course, acquired by EA. Well, no, Visceral was an independent studio by EA. And they let them make Dead Space 1 or 2, and then EA was like, we're going to make this a very shill multiplayer, you know, game, selling a shit ton of DLC skins. And then, yeah. It became garbage. Sad. But, you know, I still had fun with it, but it wasn't the same. It is definitely the weakest one. What is this accomplishing? Am I supposed to jump on this thing? I think. We're gonna try. Yeah, okay, we do. It's a platform. Wasn't sure.
All right.
On one hand, I'm, you know, missing the fact that we have a suppressed shotgun, so we don't get to hear the blam every time we do it. But hey, it's a suppressed shotgun. It gets work done. I'm not complaining too much. Good shotgun. Passes my criteria. Alright, so the wheel is... I guess we gotta put it that away. So here's the thing. Andromeda is a fun game. It's hard to follow up the Mass Effect trilogy, because Mass Effect trilogy is one of the best sci-fi opera game trilogies you're ever gonna see. But
Now I'm getting somewhere.
it is true that EA has taken Andromeda and made it worse than it should have been, because they insisted everything be in their damn Frostbite engine. So even though they were making Andromeda something amazing and a really good worthy follow-up, they're like, stop everything. Stop everything. Start over from scratch, because you have to use our DICE engine. And they're like, we don't know how to effing use your DICE engine. We're not Madden. We're not FIFA. Oh, well, Bioware, I guess you just have to deal with it, aren't you? That sounds like a you problem. And that really hurt. Oh, you know what? Petrification is not an often used way of ending players. You're right. That's a good suggestion. Petrification. That's a good one. Mark that one down. have something petrify it, and then have something bigger bull rush it off a cliff or something so it shatters and they're dead. Speaking of dead, let me get out of here. Actually, you know what I need to do against these guys? Is get the higher resistance. Oh man, these guys take bullets. Good, I got plenty of bullets. Get the one that makes me reduce range damage or melee damage. Because, man, these guys hit hard. Alright, so we got the... Yeah, waterfall, so we're good. Because like I always say, when it comes to status effects, an amateur DM move is to just have like one. There's like, oh, what if somebody beats it? It's like these things have like a resistance of 12, you know? Most players are going to beat it just by the virtue of the dice roll. However, that's one dice roll. Who said you're going to throw one at them? Make them roll 20 rolls. You roll 20 rolls, the numbers game says they're basically going to fail at some point. And don't forget the way to also increase monster DCs by making them buffer versions of themselves. By usually adding hit dice. I don't know, maybe an advanced tech for you. What did I miss? Both gears are not turning. Oh yeah, the dire goose. That's funny. The dire goose that we threw out there. I hear you. Get out here. Shit, there you are. Oh, she can shoot behind cover now. That's a new one. How about that? She's picked up some new tricks. I hear you. Where are you? But as soon as I pull out my bow, they're gonna swarm me.
It won't turn. get the water flowing to the wheel. Good. This is promising. Have to get the water flowing to the wheel. Have to get the water flowing to the wheel.
I heard you. I heard you. Just checking things out.
Have to get the water flowing to the wheel.
The Dire Goose is a story of art reflecting reality. It's a story that even if I tell it, I don't think it's actually going to be super funny. It's just one of those you had to be there's. But basically, we were playing out in a park. You know, it was nice weather. We were playing outside. I guess nobody's home was available. Park is free, and so we were playing outside. And there were a bunch of goose out there. And so one of our friends just kind of threw a basketball out in the lake because it was just kind of there, and he threw it over this goose. He wasn't trying to aim for it, but the goose like lifted up and started to fly, and it ran into the basketball that he blindly threw in there. Yeah, I remember it was pretty windy, wasn't it? I remember it like it was yesterday. Windy. A strong, cold wind. But not cold enough to blow away the sins of a heavy heart in the depths of this dark city. As read by a classic noir detective. Who's firing at me? You are firing at me. Alright. Oops. 2-for-1 special, baby. And then afterwards, because there is a Titanic animal template in D&D 3rd edition, because of course there is, I brought back the goose that we honestly it ran into the basketball. We didn't throw a basketball at it; it ran into the basketball, and made it into a massive creature that attacked the party for lulz. I know, first like, oh my god, you hit the goose. Like, it was an accident. Like, is it illegal to hit goose here? We're not Canada. Honestly, goose are kind of assholes anyway, but whatever. It's all relative. They're not as dick as swans. Swans are more dick than geese. Geese just, are not afraid to front on you, but swans are worse than geese. Swans will actually attack you. Geese just won't get out of your way because they don't give a shit. They don't understand fear. But swans not only don't understand fear, they will straight up try to wreck you. Swans are very nasty birds. They actually actively attack other birds too. Of course there's a queen. Or just kind of look at you, but they won't cross that threshold.
They didn't enter. figures. They look like those creatures, but they're graceful.
Alright, so here's the thing where we learn about them now. And I bet they try to chase immortality.
Goddesses of protection. The silver box of Ishel was forged in paradise and brought to earth. Did those creatures make the box? Neither false gods nor zealots shall be allowed to pass. They're protecting it. Is that why they fought me so viciously? Here they keep the box until the sun's renewal. Here. It has to be here. An eclipse and a heron. Like the tattoos on Inaratu's arm. Where's the box?
It's the trap.
Oh no, a full shock.
Alright, now we're running. And here I was just talking about, wow, we don't really have too many action sequences. I'll be honest, the run through on the market wasn't super interesting. The Michael Bay style running around. God damn, he pushed me off the cliff! How was I not running fast enough? You have to be... The timing on this stuff is so precise. They give you razor thin margins on these.
They must think I destroyed it.
Man, I gotta start over again. Yeah, see, like, they give you razor thin margins. And look at that, like, every blow from them is near fatal. Brutal. Good lord. My heart was actually jumping there a little bit. I was like, oh god, don't hit me, don't hit me, don't hit me. In a way, it's a little bit more intense with the Michael Bay explosions everywhere. We still have explosions everywhere, but these guys are legitimately trying to kill me. And actually can do so. It's not like the Greek arrows from before where they're all just kind of magically not hitting you, they're just hitting around you. Or the helicopter. This, they legitimately will kill you. Tomb Raider is not afraid to kill you. Maybe they can't swim. This is actually their cistern. This is where they all, you know, go to the bathroom. It's just one water source. I mean, where else are you gonna go? Oops, I didn't mean to do that again. Crap, now I'm lost. Which way do I go? Forward or backwards? Where's the map? There is no map. Damn it. Pick a direction. Well, we were going up before, so I think that's this away.
Finally, I made it.
There we go. But I don't have patience for bad DMs. To me, if you have a good DM, telling a good story, is respectful to the players, challenges you, but doesn't do so in a dickish way, if you got a good DM like that, stick with that DM. You know, respect him. Or her. And, yeah, just, you know, make it nice. Make it good. Don't be a dick. But if you have a dick DM, don't be a dick player back. That's no fun for anybody. But if you are, ooh, crampons, sweet. Gonna steal these. Activating all-terrain mode. Overhang. Interesting. Well, I guess we're about to learn what that means. I get the feeling we're about to see some Prince of Persia climbing right here. Oops. I don't know why I let go. If I come across a DM that's just no good, I just leave. I have left tables. Because at that point, if I'm just sitting there twiddling my thumbs and I'm not invested, the players aren't invested, this is just not fun. This is a waste of my time. I could be reading a book, playing a game, working on a script, talking to more interesting people, doing so many other things than wasting my time, wasting hours of my life being wasted by you. To me, stealing time is one of the most offensive things you can do to somebody else. Life is a precious thing, and I shall not give it to you for free. I'm a guy who doesn't accept fast food DMing. Maybe I'm a bit particular, maybe that makes me a bit of a diva, but yes. Look at this gravity-defying stuff right here. It's Prince of Persia stuff. This makes me laugh. Like, the moment you let go, gravity should do its thing. But, you know, gravity's just kind of a suggestion when you think about it. I did not hit that jump. That's like the overhang run from Prince of Persia. I'm like, how does this work? Ubisoft is like, don't worry about it. It looks cool. I'm like, you're right. But also what? Don't worry about it. Just swan dive into bales of hay. Yeah, everything works out. Don't worry about it. speaking of Assassin's Creed, I don't want to get my expectations up, so whenever I see like new rumors on Assassin's Creed Ragnarok, I'm like, it can wait till E3. It can wait till E3. June is not that far. It's literally 2 months away. Ah, I actually stuck the landing there. How about that?
Yes. I don't have enough space for that.
Yes! I don't have enough space for that. That was funny timing. I'm so glad to be filled on my inventory space. I think the game expects me to be going back and buying all the shit I need to craft. But I'm like, no, I have already unlocked plenty of costumes and guns. I literally don't need to craft anything. I literally don't need to craft anything for my guns. I have arguably the best guns. These guns get work done.
I'll have to jump. There's no other way.
That's a long jump. Didn't think that would reach, honestly. But hey, we're all good. Oh, listen, we still haven't come across... Also, Grim, I'm kind of surprised. What are you doing up so late? You usually don't ever stay up late. Not that I'm complaining. You're awesome, and I always love having you around, but I'm kind of surprised. Usually you always check out, and I'm the night owl. Like, I don't want to keep you up and having a rough, you know, wake up early in the morning kind of thing. Granted, I'm only going to be here for another hour myself, but yeah. I'm not, since I'm done with Final Fantasy, I'm not doing anything much else. The only thing I would stream off schedule is if I get my copy of Resident Evil 3 this week. If I don't get my copy of Resident Evil 3 this week, after Tomb Raider, I may not stream anything because at that point, I need to pack up my gear. I really do need to just pack up all my gear. Because we're getting close to the end of the month. She keeps looking at that one gun. Oh, it's because we're hiding our stuff in camouflage now. Okay, that makes sense. We didn't rescue the kid, though.
Whatever those things are.
Weren't we supposed to go in there and rescue the kid? We're like, the temple's next to where the kid got rescued. We didn't rescue the kid.
Of the Heron and the Eclipse. I have to talk to Unuratu about them.
Alright, we're going back to... Yeah, this one. Yeah, I like this one. I can always shotgun people that are meleeing me. It's the arrows and bullets that may be a problem. Alright, we have 4 skill points now. Yeah, see, I've been hearing that. It's like RE3 was done by a lesser Capcom team. I'm like, maybe? It would further fortify the popular theories that Resident Evil 8 and or Revelations 3 is being worked on right now. I will say this, though. If Revelations 3 features Jill, I would love that. The popular rumor is that Revelations 3 was coming along, and it ended up being so good that it evolved into just RE8. Either way, getting a brand new RE game is exciting news. And like I keep wanting, please, 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 conclude Jill. Conclude Jill's story. Give her a happy ending. Or whatever you can get across as a happy ending. Because Chris doesn't get a happy ending. Leon doesn't get a happy ending. Rebecca kind of gets a happy ending. Ish. Barry kind of gets a happy ending. Even though technically he's warding the soul of what is it? Alex Wesker. I hope it's co-op too. If not, I'll take... I'm fine with it being solo either way. Yeah, I heard about that. I heard that the original voice of Leon died. Rest in peace, F. What are these down here that we unlocked? Oh, it's just more of that crap. Let's see. That shit's garbage. I guess we'll go with just draw time in general. Is this the same village? Yeah. So that merchant is marked, but not the secret merchant lady. I want the secret merchant lady. She was somewhere over here. We have money. Throat cancer. Terrible way to go. Leon and Chris's story, as well as Rebecca, all three of them were basically more or less concluded in Resident Evil Vendetta, which takes place a couple years after RE6. It's technically the last canon event in the RE timeline. Claire and Barry... I forgot about Claire for a second. Claire also doesn't have like a really conclusive ending, but she still gets an ending. But yeah, Resident Evil Vendetta is one of the CG movies. It has the infamous Leon and Chris John Wick scene. If you don't know what I'm talking about, just YouTube RE Vendetta John Wick. And you will see like the hallway fight scene where it's like I'm literally watching a scene out of John Wick. It's kind of ridiculous, but also kind of cool.
Possible. I can't carry anymore.
Where is that lady? I wish there would still be highlighted green on my map. Actually, I should listen for the guy beating on the drum. Because I remember she was with her son or whatever, and he was just beating on the drum. Ooh, that looks like a thing I can read. I already read it. Okay. Alright, Graham, you have a good one, man. Hey, would you be up for playing some Gears tomorrow night? If you don't reply, I'll bother you tomorrow. Okay, cool. Usual time then, man. You have a good one. I'll see you tomorrow. Keep in mind that doesn't mean that I'm streaming tomorrow, guys. There are times when even I just want to play a game at my own pace, just chilling out with friends, not worrying about anything. As cool as you guys are, sometimes I just want to relax and not be under anybody's, like, you know, nobody watching me. It's so I can say all the swear words and Twitch doesn't judge me. That's not it. Actually, now that I look at this, this is blue and gold. I love this. I thought it was black before, but it's blue and gold. I love blue and gold. Those are my colors. That's my favorite things. Blue and silver or blue and gold are my favorite color combinations. If I ever had an official flag, it would be blue and gold with like maybe a tint of silver. Those are the brandings of Black Mage. Oh yeah, like Leon is straight up alcoholic. He's like in depression. He's like, I don't know why the F we're even struggling all the time. There's always another virus. There's always another superpower. It's always the black market. We go in, we mess it up, people die, and we're just right back where we started. It's an endless cycle. What the F is the point? Get out of my face. And Chris was in that same boat too during RE6, where he's like, what's the effing point? It's just another bioterrorism. We're just gonna keep losing good people over stupid shit like this. It never ends. So they both had to overcome that depression. And it's nice to see that the main guys are not like these, you know, unflappable guys who just like, you know, can go on forever. It's like, yeah, I will always rise to the occasion. Like, we're just getting too tired of this shit.
You have made an excellent choice, my friend. I am certain you will find it useful. You have made an excellent choice, my friend. I am certain you will find it useful. The gods favor us both. I am certain you will find it useful. The gods favor us both. You have made an excellent choice, my friend. The gods favor us both. I am certain you will find it useful. The gods favor us both. You have made an excellent choice, my friend.
And we'll keep Jaguar hide. Used to upgrade weapons? Yeah. I'm not gonna sell that. Alright, so... we don't have enough for the entire set. But I think we have enough for the ladies set. The one that, again, that old lady who I only saw once, and I don't know where she is. And it kind of annoys me. I'm like, damn it, mark her on my map. Where was she? Where the hell was she? Also, these look like very special doors that open very special things. They could just be, you know, nothing, but they kind of look special.
My wife is very ill, as are many others. A sickness brought by the outsiders. Someone should do something.
Oh, I've talked to that guy before. That or I've heard that same voice line before.
Hello, Ishiki. Beautiful animals, aren't they?
Llamas. They are llamas. They are not alpacas.
Even the wild guanaco in the wilderness. They love to be petted. The gods approve.
Oh, sorry. Letty, I didn't even know that was a SpongeBob reference either, mostly because I haven't seen a single episode of SpongeBob. Yeah, like, Letty, we're both incredibly old boomers. I'm like 50, Nano's like 51. So, you know. I'm joking now. But it is true that SpongeBob was kind of after my time. For real, though.
Do kids don't authority
There were some people, like, in high school that watched SpongeBob, but yeah, that's mostly when SpongeBob was in its prime. Like, that I was in high school. And I was like, I'm not watching this crap. Tons of memes came out of it. Super popular. Hell, they still have a new movie coming out this year. So, clearly has a strong following, but whatever. Not for me.
Have you come here to escape the bustle of the city? I swear, it gets louder and more crowded every day. The people are changing.
I kind of always have this thing. I love this armor. Again, the blue accented with gold is perfect. I love it. It's exactly this type of stuff I love to wear. Really wish I could find that lady, though. Who's selling me the other thing. God damn, where she could possibly be. Watch her have disappeared after that side quest. That side quest was my only chance to buy that outfit. That would make me pretty mad. Missable outfits are not cool. I don't even know what her name was. I just know that she was part of some quest. No, I'm not 40 plus. I am not. I'm not over the hill just yet. Yeah, we're in our 30s. Which, by the way, are the most productive years of your life. 30 is the new 30, by the way. From what I hear. I specifically talk like I'm from the 20s, though. I say things such as balderdash, and I wax my mustachio. I don't have a mustachio, by the way. I would never want to wear a mustachio. Like, mustachios look good on certain people. I know for a fact a mustachio would not look good on me. Yeah, 30 is kind of like where you hit your stride. And you're kind of like, okay, I gotta figure shit out, like, right now. Because if you don't, and you hit, like, 35, that's when you have that infamous midlife crisis. Some people start as early as, like, 32 or 33. They start having that midlife crisis because they realize, shit, my 20s are over, and shit, I haven't got my shit together, and shit, I have a lot of stuff to do. It's that sort of psychological realization I think everybody comes to. I don't know, we're getting kind of deep here, I feel. Everybody has that existential crisis where they're like, what am I doing with my life? Everybody thinks about this sort of stuff. I think if you don't, it's because you have no personal ambition, and you're just perfectly fine with settling with what you have. And there's something to that, too. I could have sworn she was, like, right here. I could have sworn she was, like, right here. Like, this little thing indicated that she was, like, forsaken or whatever. I could have sworn she was right here. Damn, I guess I just have to give up on finding that lady. Because I don't see anybody from that quest. Man, that sucks. That really irritates me. But we got a crypt over here. Oh, that's right, because this is the one where we needed the rope thing, and we have it. No, this is the thing we needed the rope thing for. Okay, so there's another crypt over here. Alright, let's do this crypt real fast, and then we'll call it a night. Unless this crypt is done in like 5 minutes, then whatever. I started Recapitation in my mid-20s, but again, it was just a fun project. Now it's a less fun project, but only because, oh, excuse me, burping. It's a less fun project, not because of necessarily what I'm doing, but because it's still fun. It's just fun in a different way. It's fun because I also have to take it more seriously than if I'm just doing it for funsies and nobody cares. Like, all of a sudden, I'm accountable to people. Not quite to the point of it being a job. Well, we don't have the reinforced knife, so we can't go there. Never mind. We're gonna try going up here, then. No, where was it? Where was the thing with the wolves? If this temple's completed, then why is it still showing up here? I don't get it. If it's completed, it should be grayed out. Why is this not grayed out? It says I completed it. Oh, we haven't even been in this area. It's all cloudy and stuff. But we have a fast travel point to it. That's weird. Are these because they are tombs I have completed? That doesn't make any sense. I guess it is. I guess on this map, the tombs that I've completed show up. Even though everywhere else, crypts and everything else I've done, they don't show up. There are 5 crypts in this area. We found none of them. This map is either too zoomed out or not zoomed in enough. I think this is the one we need to go to. Abandoned Village. I'm almost positive. Oh, you're right. This is fast travel. It's not the actual map. Because the map does say that we completed those tombs. You're right. You're right. I forgot I'm on fast travel map. I mean, I'll be honest. I've had to work recap like a job alongside a full-time job. Constantly spending time editing, collecting footage, writing scripts, recording it, editing that, putting it up, praying I don't make a mistake on it. Oof. It's It's a second job. It literally is. But I guess I'm glad that I'm doing it. I am more glad that I'm doing it than if I had not done it. Let's put it that way. I think you guys give me more credit than I give myself. Alright. Let's test this shit out. I know there was a thing somewhere up here where we needed... We had to bust down a door. Where were you? What is this? Oh, there it is. Yeah. Oh, this is a thing, but this isn't a tomb. There was something else here. Hey, I'll take those. She was an outcast, yeah. But I don't see her anywhere. Maybe she really was just a ghost. Because we only saw her as part of that outcast quest. That's weird. Is this it? Is this a tomb? Crypt? Well. Shit. Shit, really? Come on. Man. It's almost more efficient, though, to just stab him in the neck while they grab me. You still take damage, though. So these black ones are rare hides. I'm glad this one didn't sink all the way in the bottom. We got 6 rare hides off that guy. Golly. 6 more. There was another one. Where'd you go? Oh, we got secrets. Hey, there's the thing. There's the crypt. I guess we scared off the last one. Oh, she'll disappear and change position? Okay, so she is somewhere. That's good. Thank you. That's all I needed to know. I just want to make sure I didn't have a chance, because she had an outfit that she was selling, and I didn't see anywhere else. I'm like, damn, did I miss that opportunity? That would really annoy me. Okay, so she is somewhere. That's good. Thank you very much, Liddy. I appreciate the assist. What is that thing up there? It's glowing. Oh, it's one of those. Okay. Alright, so there is a crypt up there. We gotta get up there. Up this waterfall. But I do not see where I can plant an arrow. I hope it is not up there. It might be up there. This probably won't work. Yeah, I didn't think it was gonna work. It wouldn't reach out the rope hook. Well, damn, how do I climb this waterfall, I wonder? It almost seems like I have to get up there first. Then jump there and shimmy my way up there. Alright, so we gotta get up there first. Oh, here we go. No, I thought that was a path. Damn it, it really looks like a path. Where could this point be? Oh, this is interesting. Has our locations. I appreciate that. Good old Power Picks. I like looking at him too. This guy or girl gets work done. I respect him. Alright, here we go. Pardon me, I'm looking at this map real fast. Alright, well I did get the rope ascender and the lockpick. I'm really glad that I did pick those up then, because I saw it and I knew how valuable they were just from previous Tomb Raiders. But man, if you don't pick that up and you gotta find her later in the story, man, that sucks. But apparently you'll run into her again, apparently, somewhere. That's where she was during the quest, so it looks like I was right, but it looks like she's somewhere else now. I think Power Picks is a team of people. But who knows? The writing style is very consistently like it suggests that it's one person. Alright, so there was definitely a door we had to tear down. I know there was one in this area. Okay. Damn, all these environments. So easy to get lost in. Alright, Alright, so we can at least get from there to here. I feel like there's a smarter way of handling this, and I'm not doing it. You can hear your roommate taking a call about your D&D game? What are they saying? If I may be so nosy. Man, it really feels like there should be like a rope thing, like right here. You know? Is there just some equipment that I'm going to get later, and that's why I can't get up this waterfall? I think I'm going to have to give up on that crypt. I just don't see a way right now. I don't see a way up that waterfall. I may revisit that. I'll check out what PowerPix has to say. Watch it be like, well, if you just turned left instead of right. Oh, there's the thing I was looking for. Look, I thought for a second this would lead to a crypt, but it clearly does not. Hey, at least some riches, though. We'll take that money. And like I said, off camera, like probably before I just play more Gears with Grim, I will go back and get the treasure chests in the first couple of areas that we couldn't open before because we didn't have a lockpick. It's just gonna have gold or jade in them, so it's just money. Treasure chests only have money right now. I haven't noticed them actually having weapon parts like they did. They got rid of the weapon parts. Now you just straight up buy weapons. This might be new. Let's explore this real fast. Oh no, we've been here before. That's right. I talked about this. Why do I feel like there would be a treasure here? Or like a big animal would attack me here. Like this seems like a lair. That's what this looks like, is a lair to me. I feel like this is a lair. Like some legendary cat's gonna come out and kill me. Because why else have this cave on this off-beaten path? Yeah, it's gotta be quest location. That's way too suspicious. That is awfully suspicious. There's a weird path, maybe? That just leads here. I was thinking maybe there's something that leads up this rock, and maybe that's where I can find... Oh, maybe so. Here we go. There we go. Hey, there we go. This is what we need. This is exactly what we need. Alright, we're in business. We are in business. Alright, Crypt.
Impossible. I can't carry anymore.
Alright, we're in business. I'm glad. I'm glad we gave one more once-over. That's a trap.
Okay, water looks deep enough.
It probably goes back there. This is for a shotgun. Wait, how come I can't use a shotgun? Oh, this is one of the exits because that's a little rope pull thing. Okay. But seriously though, why can't I pull out my shotgun in this part? It's only the bow. How weird that you artificially just cannot use any of your weapons except the bow in crypts. Is it just this crypt or is it like all crypts? I wonder. Let's take the stairs first. See where those go. Okay, down to the perm. Gotcha.
This might be a crypt where the nobles were interred. Is this some sort of eulogy for the people laid to rest here?
I guess nice clear water. You can just see forever. Interesting. Got some condor feathers out of that. Alright. Get some air first before we go there. You certainly do a lot of underwater sections in here. Not the worst underwater sections you can have, because thank God you don't have combat. If they tried to make you fight in here, besides, you know, fending off the errant eel, that would be a royal pain in the ass. I would probably have a miserable experience if they tried to make you have combat. Because Lara holds her breath, but she does not hold her breath forever. They are stingy with this translation stuff. They were just giving it away in the second game, but right now they're like, nah, you gotta work for it. Find those treasures.
recently.
Who else would have the pleasure of being here? Also, Trinity is surprisingly devoid. Damn it! All right, of a lot, not a lot of Trinity fights here. We fought them in Mexico, and that was kind of it.
Here's what I've been looking for.
Alright, we got new gear. Provides concealment when hunting hunters. Interesting. Also, it's kind of interesting that each of these crypts are kind of tied to something. Let me get back to a... Did I get this already? I did. I get back to a fireplace, and yeah, we'll craft that bit of gear, and that's it. That's it. Just in time. These things usually indicate that there's like a big threat or a crypt nearby. So there's gotta be like a boss monster in that cave over there, because they usually always put these warning things around like an elite. So there's gotta be something super rare there. But I suppose we'll have to find out another time. It's gotta be a quest. There's like 5 quests in this area. We've only done like 1 of them. Alright, let's craft the thing we got. Oh, cool. Restore 5 vestige outfits. Oh, I'm gonna say like, oh, do we match up these things? No, we haven't. We haven't been matching up sets. Well, it's kind of funny because we have the Evening Star's cape over here and then the Evening Star boots over here. Kind of lopsided. I wish they matched them up a little bit. Wow. I also do not want to have that equipped. I want to get my cool outfit. There we go. Battle dress. Bam. We got 2 skill points. We'll save it for next time. We'll just bank them. We're actually doing pretty good on skills, to be honest with you. Alright. Saved, and that's it. Alright, thank you so much for joining me this Tuesday. Got to talk a lot of dungeoneering. We got to talk a lot about D&D. We got to talk a lot about Tomb Raider. But yeah, thank you so much for joining me today. I'm Oni Black Mage, and I'll see you on the next battlefield. Thanks for watching.